الكرام، تفضلوا بالجلوس في مقاعدكم، سيبدأ البرنامج قريبا.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Our program is about to begin.
ضيوفنا الكرام، تفضلوا بالجلوس في مقاعدكم. سيبدأ البرنامج الآن.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Our program will now begin.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. كل الأمان اللي في سمانا وارقة، سقياها من غيم الجهود الفارقة، ونلاح برق إنجاز وخبر الثرى، شفنا القلوب اللي فخرها غارقة. أهلا بقامات السياحة والسفر في المنتدى الدولي في قلب الشارقة. سمو الشيخ سلطان بن أحمد بن سلطان القاسمي نائب حاكم الشارقة، الشيوخ الكرام، أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، ممثلو وسائل الإعلام، السيدات والسادة، الحضور الكريم، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. نرحب بكم جميعاً في هذا الحدث الهام الذي يعكس التزام هيئة الإنماء التجاري والسياحي بالشارقة وجهودها ورؤيتها نحو بناء قطاع سياحي فاعل في مسيرة التنمية الشاملة، وقطاع داعم لمساعي العالم نحو الاستدامة. اليوم يمثل لحظة محورية في رحلتنا نحو تعزيز السياحة من خلال مجالات الرقمنة والصحة والسلامة، ونحن هنا لاستكشاف الفرص وتبادل المعرفة والخبرات وفتح آفاق جديدة للتعاون والشراكات. يعتبر القطاع السياحي من أهم ركائز اقتصادنا الوطني، حيث يساهم بشكل محوري في مسيرة التنمية المستدامة، ويؤكد هذا المنتدى على ضرورة مواكبة التطورات العالمية في السياحة، خاصة في مجالات التي بدأت برسم ملامح المستقبل ومستقبل القطاع من خلال الرقمنة والصحة والسلامة، والتي تعد حقيقة عناصر أساسية لضمان تجربة سفر سياحية متميزة وآمنة. فالرقمنة تحسن كفاءة الخدمات المقدمة للمسافرين، بينما تضمن معايير الصحة والسلامة حماية الجميع، مما يعزز الثقة في الوجهات السياحية. إن تبني هذه الاتجاهات الحديثة يعد ضرورة ملحة لضمان استدامة النمو والابتكار في صناعة السياحة، فهذا القطاع يعتبر بوابة عالمية يمر عبرها السياح والزوار، وإن الفهم العميق لأهمية الرقمنة والصحة والسلامة يمكن أن يسهم في تطوير استراتيجيات فعالة تعزز من جاذبية الوجهات السياحية وتدعم الاقتصاد المحلي بشكل عام. سيتناول المنتدى اليوم وعبر جلساته الحوارية وعروضه التقديمية هذه المواضيع الهامة ودور التحول الرقمي في تطوير القطاع وأهمية تطبيق أفضل الممارسات في مجال الصحة والسلامة، وأيضاً الاطلاع على الخبرات العالمية في استراتيجيات بناء وتعزيز الثقة بالوجهة السياحية، وذلك بمشاركة مميزة من نخبة من الخبراء والمتخصصين من مختلف أنحاء العالم الذي جاءوا مشكورين ليشاركوا رؤيتهم وخبراتهم وتوصياتهم في هذا المنتدى. الآن حضور الكريم اسمحوا لي أن أترككم مع هذا الفيديو القصير.
مرحبا بكم في شارقة الثقافة والتراث، وهي تجسد الابتكار كأسلوب حياة. نلتقيكم اليوم في منتدى الشارقة الدولية للسياحة والسفر في نسخته 11 بما ينبثق عنه من أفكار إبداعية خلاقة من شأنها أن تشكل الاتجاهات المستقبلية للسياحة والسفر. تناول المنتدى على مدار السنوات أبرز القضايا الحيوية في قطاع السياحة والسفر، وفي هذا العام نسلط الضوء من خلال رواد وخبراء صناعة السياحة على أحدث ابتكارات الرقمنة وتأثيرها على صحة وسلامة المجتمعات الإنسانية حول العالم. كيف نعيد تعريف السفر في عصر الرقمنة والابتكار؟ حرصنا طوال مسيرة المنتدى أن نتناول الحلول الأكثر ذكاء لتعزيز أرقى معايير السلامة التي من شأنها أن ترسخ الطمأنينة وراحة البال لدى المسافرين والزوار. لقاءاتنا تلهم الأفكار الإبداعية وتركز على الرؤى المستقبلية لنحولها إلى ابتكارات عملية تثري قطاع السياحة وتعده لمستقبل واعد. انضموا إلينا في هذا الحدث المميز مع نخبة من خبراء وقادة صناعة السياحة لمناقشة أهم القضايا وأفضل الممارسات لمواجهة مستقبل السياحة بثقة. منتدى الشارقة الدولي للسياحة والسفر، معا نبني مستقبلا سياحيا واعدا.
نستهل فعاليات اليوم بكلمة من سعادة خالد جاسم المدفع رئيس هيئة الإنماء التجاري والسياحي بالشارقة، فليتفضل مشكورا، وكل التحية لجهوده الكبيرة حقا، وفريق عمل يستحق التحية.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. سمو الشيخ سلطان بن أحمد بن سلطان القاسمي نائب حاكم الشارقة، أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، ممثلو وسائل الإعلام، الحضور الكريم، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. يسعدني أن أرحب بكم جميعاً في الدورة 11 من منتدى الشارقة الدولي للسياحة والسفر، الذي ينعقد تحت رعاية كريمة من سمو الشيخ سلطان بن محمد بن سلطان القاسمي ولي العهد ونائب حاكم الشارقة ورئيس المجلس التنفيذي. الأخوة والأخوات، يأتي هذا المنتدى تحت عنوان مستقبل السياحة في مجالات الرقمنة والصحة والسلامة، ويجمع نخبة من قادة القطاع المبدعين وصناع القرار والسياسات من مختلف أنحاء العالم لمناقشة التوجهات المستقبلية في السياحة وكيفية الاستفادة من التقنيات الحديثة لتحسين تجربة السياح وتعزيز الاستدامة في القطاع. لقد شهد قطاع السياحة في السنوات الأخيرة انتعاشاً، ولا سيما بعد جائحة كوفيد، وفقاً لمنظمة الأمم المتحدة للسياحة، حيث اقترب عدد الوافدين الدوليين في عام 2023 من مستويات ما قبل الجائحة، مما يعكس التعافي المستمر. وقد أظهرت العديد من الدراسات أن النمو سيستمر في عام 2024 بمعدلات تتراوح من 4 إلى 6%، مما يساهم بشكل كبير في دعم الاقتصاد العالمي. كما يشهد قطاع السياحة العالمية تحولاً نحو الاستدامة، حيث يزداد اهتمام المسافرين والشركات بالممارسات الصديقة للبيئة. وفي الوقت نفسه تشهد أسواق الشرق الأوسط زيادة ملحوظة في النشاط السياحي، حيث تسهم التطورات اللوجستية في القطاع والتحسينات في البنية التحتية وفتح الرحلات الجديدة في تسهيل الوصول إلى مختلف الوجهات السياحية حول العالم، حيث تعتبر المنطقة هي الوحيدة التي حققت نمواً سياحياً يعادل مستويات ما قبل الجائحة، فقد استقبلت عدداً أكبر من السياح في منطقة الشرق الأوسط إلى 122% زيادة مقارنة بعام 2023 بسنة 2019، وهي الأعلى عالمياً. وهذا يعكس نمو القطاع السياحي في المنطقة بشكل خاص. كما نعلم جميعاً فإن السياحة تعد من القطاعات الحيوية التي تسهم بشكل كبير في دعم الاقتصاد المحلي والعالمي، حيث تساهم في توفير فرص العمل وزيادة الدخل وجذب الاستثمارات. وفي هذا السياق تولي القيادة الرشيدة في دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة اهتماماً بالغاً بتطوير قطاع السياحة، حيث أطلقت الاستراتيجية الوطنية للسياحة لعام 2031، والتي تهدف إلى تعزيز مكانة دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة كوجهة سياحية عالمية رائدة. الإخوة والأخوات، نشهد اليوم استمراراً للحركة التنموية في إمارة الشارقة في مختلف القطاعات بفضل رؤية صاحب السمو الشيخ الدكتور سلطان بن محمد القاسمي عضو المجلس الأعلى حاكم الشارقة، الذي يولي اهتماماً بالغاً لتطوير القطاع السياحي وتعزيز مكانة الإمارة على خارطة السياحة العالمية. فتحت قيادته تشهد الإمارة نمواً كبيراً في مختلف القطاعات الحيوية، مما جعلها اليوم واحدة من أبرز الوجهات السياحية والثقافية في المنطقة. إننا هنا اليوم في هذا المنتدى لاستكشاف كيف يمكن للرقمنة والابتكار أن يعززان النمو في قطاع السياحة ويجعلان وجهاتنا مفضلة للسياح من جميع أنحاء العالم. ونؤكد من خلال مشاركتنا في هذا الحدث على أهمية التعاون بين الجهات الحكومية والقطاع الخاص وشركات التكنولوجيا المتقدمة لتحقيق استدامة هذا القطاع لأجل مستقبل سياحي واعد. وختاماً، نشكر جميع القائمين على تنظيم هذا الحدث من فرق عمل ومتحدثين ورعاة وداعمين ووسائل الإعلام على دعمهم المستمر لنا في تعزيز مكانة إمارة الشارقة كوجهة سياحية رائدة. ونأمل أن تستمتعوا معنا اليوم من خلال حضور جلسات المنتدى وورش العمل. ونقدر لكم مسمو الشيخ سلطان بن أحمد حضوركم حفلنا اليوم، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
شكراً سعادة خالد جاسم المدفع على هذه الكلمة، وشكراً لكل مؤسسة وهيئة تعمل من أجل أن تبقى شارقتنا وجهة تحتضن العالم. شكراً لك ولفريق عملك. الآن اسمحوا لي أن أدعو ضيف شرف الدورة 11 من منتدى الشارقة الدولي للسياحة والسفر، سعادة عبد الله أحمد آل صالح، وكيل وزارة الاقتصاد في دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة، فليتفضل مشكورا.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. سمو الشيخ سلطان بن أحمد القاسمي نائب حاكم الشارقة، سعادة الأخ خالد بن جاسم المدفع رئيس هيئة الإنماء التجاري والسياحي، أصحاب السعادة، السيدات والسادة، الحضور الكريم، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. بالإنابة عن معالي عبد الله بن طوق المري وزير الاقتصاد، يسرني التحدث إليكم في هذا الحدث الرائد الذي يقام تحت رعاية سمو الشيخ سلطان بن محمد بن سلطان القاسمي ولي عهد ونائب حاكم الشارقة رئيس المجلس التنفيذي. والشكر موصول إلى أخي خالد رئيس هيئة الإنماء التجاري والسياحي بالشارقة وفريق العمل بالهيئة على هذا التنظيم المميز والحدث السنوي الذي يعقد لموضوع في غاية الأهمية، موضوع السياحة، والتي تشكل رافداً رئيسياً في النمو الاقتصادي للدولة. من المؤكد أن هذا المؤتمر أو المنتدى في ظل وجود هذا الجمع الطيب من القادة والخبراء وصناع القرار بالقطاع السياحي في الدولة، وكذلك عدد كبير من الشركات السياحية الوطنية والأجنبية والمنظمات الدولية والإقليمية المعنية بالسياحة، يوفر منصة مثالية لمناقشة سبل وآليات تطوير السياحة في الإمارات ورفعها إلى مستويات جديدة، والاطلاع على أفضل الممارسات المحلية والعالمية في التنمية السياحية. وتمثل الموضوعات المطروحة على أجندة هذا المنتدى ركائز مهمة لازدهار قطاع السياحة، ولعلنا بحاجة إلى التركيز بشكل خاص على 3 محاور أساسية نظراً إلى دورها في قيادة السياحة ونموها بصورة مستدامة، وهي تطوير بنية تحتية رقمية متميزة لقطاع سياحي، وكذلك قطاع السفر بالاعتماد على أفضل مخرجات التكنولوجيا الحديثة والابتكار، وخلق الفرص للقطاع الخاص للاستثمار والتوسع في الأنشطة والمجالات السياحية المتنوعة، والتحديث المستمر للسياسات والاستراتيجيات الحكومية لبناء مستقبل السياحة المستدامة، وإيجاد حلول للتغلب على التحديات السياحية وتحويلها إلى فرص للنمو. أصحاب السعادة، السيدات والسادة، كما تعلمون جيداً يمثل قطاع السياحة اليوم أحد أهم المحركات التنموية للاقتصاد الوطني، ويعد من القطاعات ذات الأولوية في توجيهات القيادة الرشيدة ورؤية الدولة لبناء اقتصاد المستقبل. وتكتسب هذه النسخة من المنتدى أهمية خاصة لكونها تتزامن مع عام مميز للسياحة الإماراتية، فقد جاءت نتائج ومؤشرات عام 2024 مبشرة وقوية، وعززت تنافسية دولة الإمارات على خريطة السياحة العالمية، وتفوقت على نتائج ما قبل عام 2019. ومن أبرزها جاءت دولة الإمارات في المرتبة الأولى إقليمياً، وتقدمت 7 مراكز في الترتيب العالمي في مؤشر تنمية السياحة والسفر لعام 2024 الصادر على المنتدى الاقتصادي العالمي. وجاءت الإمارات في المركز السادس عالمياً كأكبر الأسواق دخلاً في إيرادات السياحة ب 191 مليار درهم في عام 2023، متفوقة على وجهات سياحية متقدمة ومعروفة في استقطابها للسياحة، وذلك وفقاً لمؤشرات صادرة عن منظمة الأمم المتحدة للسياحة. زاد عدد النزلاء بالمنشآت الفندقية في الدولة إلى 15.3 مليون نزيل خلال الشهور الست الأولى من عام 2024، وبنسبة نمو 10.5% مقارنة مع نفس الفترة في عام 2023. شهد إجمالي عدد الغرف الفندقية في الدولة توسعاً ملحوظاً، حيث وصلت إلى 213 غرفة فندقية بنهاية النصف الأول من العام الحالي، وبزيادة 3%. بلغ إجمالي عدد المسافرين الذين استقبلتهم مطارات الدولة خلال الستة أشهر الأولى من العام الجاري أكثر من 71 مليون مسافر، مقارنة ب 62 مليون مسافر في نفس الفترة من عام 2023. الحضور الكريم، أن هذه المؤشرات الإيجابية تعكس ما يتمتع به القطاع السياحي في الدولة من فرص واعدة، ولا شك أن الجهود والسياسات التي تبنتها دولة الإمارات لتنمية قطاع السياحة والسفر على مدار السنوات القليلة الماضية كان لها دور محوري في تحقيق هذا الزخم. ومن الجدير في هذا الإطار التسليط الضوء على أبرز هذه المبادرات. فقد أطلقت الدولة الاستراتيجية الوطنية للسياحة 2031، والتي وضعت خارطة الطريق لبناء قطاع سياحي مستدام يسهم في دعم الاقتصاد الوطني على المدى الطويل. اعتمد صاحب السمو الشيخ محمد بن راشد آل مكتوم نائب رئيس الدولة رئيس مجلس الوزراء حاكم دبي رعاه الله تصميم مبنى المسافرين الجديد في مطار آل مكتوم الدولي، الذي سيكون الأكبر في العالم بتكلفة 128 مليار درهم وبطاقة استيعابية تصل إلى 260 مليون مسافر، مما سيعزز مكانة الإمارات كمركز عالمي لقطاع السفر ووجهة سياحية مفضلة. حرصت الدولة على ضخ الاستثمارات في العديد من المجالات السياحية وبناء مشاريع سياحية بمختلف إمارات الدولة، وكذلك توسيع شبكة خطوط الطيران بالتعاون مع شركائها الاستراتيجيين من مختلف دول العالم، وتوفير الخدمات السياحية المتميزة للسياح الزائرين من جميع أنحاء العالم. كما عملت الإمارات مع الأشقاء بدول مجلس التعاون الخليجي على إصدار التأشيرة الخليجية الموحدة، والتي من المتوقع أن تدخل حيز التنفيذ العام المقبل، وتسهم في تطوير مسار سياحي موحد يربط دول مجلس التعاون، إضافة إلى إتاحة عدة خيارات لزوار المنطقة للتخطيط لرحلتهم، بما يصب في زيادة عدد السياح لدولنا الخليجية. الحضور الكريم، نحن نؤمن بأهمية توطين التكنولوجيا والابتكار والرقمنة في تطوير السياحة الوطنية، نظراً لأهميتها في تعزيز التجربة السياحية للزوار وجعلها أكثر سهولة ومرونة، حيث حرصت الإمارات على الاستثمار في تطبيقات الهواتف الذكية والذكاء الاصطناعي، مما يسمح للزوار بالتخطيط لحجوزاتهم والتنقل بسهولة داخل الدولة، فضلاً عن إضافة تقديم معلومات شاملة وفورية عن الأماكن السياحية والفعاليات المختلفة. وتأكيداً على جهود الدولة في دعم السياحة المستدامة، وفي إطار اعتماد منهجية قياس السياحة المستدامة من قبل لجنة الإحصاءات بالأمم المتحدة، فإننا نعمل في الدولة حالياً مع منظمة الأمم المتحدة للسياحة لتنفيذ مشروع تجريبي لقياس السياحة المستدامة بدولة الإمارات، حيث سيتم من خلاله ليس فقط قياس الأثر الاقتصادي لقطاع السياحة، بل سيمتد إلى قياس الأثر البيئي والثقافي والاجتماعي للقطاع. ويسرنا كذلك أن نرحب بسعادة الأخت بسمة الميمان مديرة الإدارة الإقليمية للشرق الأوسط في منظمة الأمم المتحدة للسياحة وممثلة للمدير العام بوجودها معنا في هذا المنتدى. وفي جانب التعليم وتنمية الموارد البشرية في القطاع السياحي، تقوم الدولة بالتعاون مع منظمة الأمم المتحدة للسياحة بالعمل على تنفيذ أفضل الممارسات الدولية لدمج السياحة والضيافة وأسس ومبادئ إدارة القطاع السياحي ودوره الفعال في زيادة الوعي بأهمية هذا القطاع في الاقتصاد الوطني لدى مواطني الدولة، وإعداد قيادات وطنية قادرة على استكمال مسيرة التنمية السياحية بالدولة. كما قدمت الإمارات نموذجاً رائعاً في تبني التقنيات الصحية المتكاملة وتوفير حلول صحية رقمية والالتزام بإجراءات وقائية متقدمة للسفر والطيران تهدف إلى تعزيز الأمان الصحي وجعل الإمارات وجهة آمنة وموثوقة للسياحة، خاصة بعد الجائحة. فنحن اعتمدنا على إطار تنظيمي شامل تتوافق مع أعلى معايير الصحة والسلامة بما يعزز من تجربة الزوار والشعور بالسعادة والاطمئنان. وفي هذا الاتجاه أكدت الدولة التزامها بمبادئ وتوصيات المدونة الدولية لحماية السياح الصادرة عن منظمة الأمم المتحدة للسياحة، وسيتم استخدامها كدليل استرشادي لمؤسساتنا السياحية وتطبيق مبادئها. ختاماً أؤكد أن جهود التنمية السياحية في الدولة مستمرة ومتكاملة، وأشيد بالنهضة التي تشهدها إمارة الشارقة تحت ظل صاحب السمو الشيخ سلطان بن محمد القاسمي حفظه الله، بتعزيز هذا القطاع وتأصيله، بتعزيز هذا القطاع وتعزيزه وربطه بالجذور التاريخية والجذور الاجتماعية والحضارية لهذه الدولة. ونعمل بالشراكة بين مؤسسات الاتحادية والمحلية ومنظمة الأمم المتحدة للسياحة لتحقيق مستهدفاتنا الوطنية. ونحن على ثقة بأن الجلسات وورش العمل التي ستعقد خلال هذا المنتدى ستكون محطة مهمة تخلق أفكاراً وحلولاً مبتكرة جديدة تسهم في دعم مساعينا لترسيخ مكانة الإمارات كدولة واعدة وحاضنة للسياحة المستدامة مبنية على التنوع السياحي والمميزات والخصائص الفريدة لإمارات دولتنا السبعة. شكراً جزيلاً، ونتمنى لهذا المؤتمر كل التوفيق.
جزيل الشكر لسعادته على كلمته وجهوده الحثيثة في خدمة دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة ودعمه حقا لا محدود في مختلف القطاعات وعلى رأسها الاقتصادي. شكرا سعادتك. سمو الشيخ، السادة الحضور، سعدني الآن أن أرحب بسعادة بسمة الميمان، المدير الإقليمي لمنطقة الشرق الأوسط في منظمة الأمم المتحدة للسياحة، لتقديم العرض الرئيسي حول مستقبل السياحة في العصر الرقمي. فتفضل مشكورة. أسعدتينا بحضورك. حياك الله في شارقة المحبة والسلام.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. سمو الشيخ سلطان بن أحمد بن سلطان القاسمي حفظه الله، نائب حاكم الشارقة، نائب رئيس المجلس التنفيذي، أصحاب المعالي، أصحاب السعادة، الحضور الكرام، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. يسعدني أن أكون هنا في الشارقة اليوم للمشاركة معكم في حفل افتتاح منتدى الشارقة الدولي للسفر والسياحة بعنوان مستقبل السياحة في مجال الرقمنة والصحة والسلامة، ممثلة عن منظمة الأمم المتحدة للسياحة، هنا من الإمارة الأصيلة الراقية التي زرتها قبل سنوات مع أسرتي، لتكون المحطة الأولى لي في دولة الإمارات التي أتشرف بالعمل معها اليوم من موقعي كمديرة إقليمية للمنطقة في منظمة الأمم المتحدة للسياحة. لا شك أن التطور التكنولوجي قد أحدث طفرة كبيرة في حياتنا بطرق غير متوقعة، وكانت السياحة واحدة من أولى الصناعات التي استفادت من هذا التحول الكبير. واسمحوا لي في هذا السياق أن أقوم بتقديم عرض حول أحدث الاتجاهات السياحية في مجال الرقمنة، بما في ذلك الذكاء الاصطناعي الذي تتفوق به دولة الإمارات بشكل عام، وتسليط الضوء على مبادرات الأمم المتحدة للسياحة في هذا المجال. تلعب منظمة الأمم المتحدة للسياحة دورا رائدا في الابتكار والبيانات والقدرات الرقمية داخل منظومة الأمم المتحدة التي يتم الاعتراف بها كمنظمة رائدة ومرجعية. يركز الذكاء الاصطناعي ودوره في تشكيل مستقبل السياحة الذكية له دور مهم في جميع أنحاء العالم وخاصة في منطقة الشرق الأوسط، ولا سيما في بعض الدول وأهمها دولة الإمارات اليوم. الابتكار أيضاً هو الأداة أساسية لتحقيق إمكانات السياحة كمحرك للتنمية المستدامة وتوفير الفرص للجميع، وهو الأمر الذي يؤكد عليه دائماً معالي أمين عام المنظمة في مختلف المحافل والاجتماعات التي نعقدها في المنظمة في مختلف الأقاليم حول العالم. لعبت منظمة الأمم المتحدة للسياحة دور كبير في إيجاد تواصل بين القطاعين العام والخاص، مما ساهم في تعزيز البيئة الحاضنة للابتكار التي انطلقت من منطقة الشرق الأوسط وتحديداً من مملكة البحرين في أثناء اجتماع المجلس التنفيذي لتخدم الأقاليم الأخرى في العالم من خلال تنظيم مسابقات للشركات الناشئة لابتكار حلول النظم الإيكولوجية المستدامة. لقد كان لجائحة كوفيد 19 يعني دور مهم في إدراك أهمية ابتكار حلول ومنتجات سياحية أكثر شمولية واستدامة، وهو ما نقوم به في المنظمة في إطار تنظيم هذه المسابقات. أيضاً بما يخص بيانات السياحة العالمية خلال الأعوام 2023 و 2024 وفقاً لمقياس السياحة الدولي لدينا في المنظمة تقرير البارامتر، بلغ عدد السياح الدوليين الوافدين 1.3 مليار سائح، وبلغت مساهمة قطاع السياحة في الناتج المحلي الإجمالي العالمي 9.1%، كما حققت صادرات السياحة 1.7 تريليون دولار أمريكي. وبحلول سبتمبر 2024 تعافت الصناعة بنسبة 96% مقارنة بمستويات ما قبل الوباء. أما عن الشرق الأوسط، لا تزال منطقتنا تقود عملية التعافي على مستوى العالم، حيث ارتفع عدد الوافدين الدوليين بنسبة 126%، تخطت بذلك مستويات عام 2019 في الأشهر السبعة الأولى من عام 2024. وقد أدى تسهيل التأشيرات والاستثمار في المشاريع السياحية الكبرى وتعزيز الحركة الجوية والتسويق القوي واستضافة الفعاليات الكبرى وتنويع المنتجات إلى تعزيز السياحة الوافدة إلى منطقتنا. كما استعادت إيرادات السياحة الدولية مستويات ما قبل الجائحة في الأشهر الستة الأولى من عام 2024، واستناداً إلى بيانات الربع الأول من هذا العام سجلت المملكة العربية السعودية نسبة ارتفاع في الإيرادات الدولية من السياحة بلغت 207%. بالنسبة للوظائف، تم توفير 27 مليون وظيفة جديدة في قطاع السياحة في عام 2023، ومع استمرار تعافي القطاع ازدادت الحاجة الملحة للتحول الرقمي، وأصبحت بيانات الذكاء الاصطناعي أساساً لهذا التحول، مما يمكن السياحة من تلبية توقعات المسافرين للحصول على تجارب أكثر خصوصية وسلاسة وأمان. إن الذكاء الاصطناعي هو محرك رئيس في تحقيق التنمية المستدامة للأمم المتحدة وتعزيز الابتكار ودعم النمو المسؤول بيئياً في السياحة. لقد أصبح الذكاء الاصطناعي في السياحة أداة أساسية في تحليل البيانات لتحليل أنماط المسافرين والتنبؤ بالطلب على الوجهات، مما يسمح للشركات بتحقيق الكفاءة التشغيلية وتحسين الموارد وتقليل الهدر. كما أنه يتيح تنظيم برامج خاصة للعملاء بناء على رغباتهم لتعزيز تجربة السائح، وأيضاً يساهم في إنشاء وجهات ذكية من خلال إدارة تدفقات الزوار وتقليل الازدحام وتخصيص الموارد بكفاءة. وبرزت الحاجة في منطقة الشرق الأوسط إلى توحيد البيانات والمقارنة المرجعية، كما يحتاج قطاع السياحة إلى الاستعداد لاتخاذ قرارات أفضل بمساعدة الذكاء الاصطناعي، والذي آمل أن يعني ينطلق منه مشروع تحديداً مع سياحة الشارقة في هذا المجال، حيث أن هناك حاجة للتأكيد على الاستثمار في الذكاء الاصطناعي والابتكار على نطاق أوسع وإطلاق مبادرات لتبادل البيانات. نلاحظ زيادة كبيرة بنسبة 100% في الصفقات الاستراتيجية المتعلقة بالذكاء الاصطناعي في قطاع السفر والسياحة في الربع الثالث من عام 2023 مقارنة بنفس الفترة من العام الذي قبله، وتشمل الدول الأكثر تبنياً للذكاء الاصطناعي الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية والمملكة المتحدة والصين والمكسيك. وتستفيد هذه البلدان من الذكاء الاصطناعي لتعزيز الخدمات السياحية وتشجيع الابتكار. وقد ترون إن شاء الله في النسخة القادمة من هذا المنتدى الدولي أن نعقد جلسة وزارية لمناقشة هذا الموضوع للمرة الأولى، تحديداً من هنا من إمارة الشارقة. من المتوقع أن يكون تأثير الذكاء الاصطناعي على الاقتصاد العالمي كبير، وأن يتراوح بين 15.7 تريليون دولار أمريكي و19.9 تريليون دولار أمريكي بحلول عام 2030. ويمكن أن يضيف الذكاء الاصطناعي التوليدي 2.6 تريليون دولار إلى 4.4 تريليون دولار سنوي في مختلف الصناعات بما في ذلك صناعة السياحة. تقود منظمة الأمم المتحدة للسياحة العديد من مبادرات الذكاء الاصطناعي داخل منظومة الأمم المتحدة، وذلك في إطار أهداف التنمية المستدامة التي تركز على الإنسان والكوكب والرفاهية. وهناك أيضاً ريادة للمنظمة في مجال الذكاء الاصطناعي داخل منظومة الأمم المتحدة، حيث ترأس المنظمة عدد من اللجان ومجموعات العمل حول الميتافيرس داخل منظومة الأمم المتحدة. هناك تعاون كبير في مجال الأبحاث في المنظمة مع وكالات الأمم المتحدة الأخرى في مختلف تطبيقات الذكاء الاصطناعي، من بينها التنبؤ بالأزمات الغذائية ومراقبة إنتاجية المياه وتحسين شبكة الاتصالات. هناك أيضاً تعاون مع كليات للضيافة والأعمال، تطوير تقرير رائد يوفر إرشادات شاملة حول تطبيق الذكاء الاصطناعي في مجال السياحة والضيافة، وتحليل تأثر الذكاء الاصطناعي على وظائف السياحة والرقمنة. تعد المنظمة مصدر لأكثر من 400 شركة ناشئة من نحو 150 دولة، وتبلغ قيمة إجمالي تمويل هذه الشركات بما يتجاوز 2 مليار دولار أمريكي. كما تمثل مشاركة النساء من مختلف الأقاليم الجغرافية في هذه الشركات الناشئة 23.8%، وتقدم 20% في هذه الشركات من هذه الشركات حلول للبيانات والذكاء الاصطناعي. يضمن الذكاء الاصطناعي لأصحاب المصلحة في جميع الأقاليم بما في ذلك المجتمعات الأقل تمثيلاً أن يكون لديهم إمكانية الوصول إلى التقنية المتقدمة، ومن خلال تسخير الابتكارات المعتمدة على الذكاء الاصطناعي يمكن لصغار الشركات التنافس مع المؤسسات الأكبر حجماً والاستفادة من الأدوات المتطورة مثل العمليات الآلية والتحليلات التنبؤية. من المهم تطوير بيانات السياحة الوطنية واستراتيجيات الذكاء الاصطناعي، ووضع مسميات عالمية للذكاء الاصطناعي في السياحة. ومن الأهمية أيضاً تعزيز الشراكات بين القطاعين العام والخاص وتبادل البيانات بينهم، وتقديم حوافز للشركات الصغيرة والمتوسطة، وتعزيز الاستخدام الأخلاقي للبيانات واستخدام الذكاء الاصطناعي، بالإضافة إلى الاستثمار في البنية التحتية والتعليم. حين نتحدث إلى أصحاب المصلحة وعلاقتهم بالذكاء الاصطناعي، لابد أن نذكر أهمية وضع مبادئ توجيهية أخلاقية تتناول الخصوصية والشفافية والمحاسبة، واستكشاف كيفية تعزيز تجارب الزوار والسياح والكفاءة التشغيلية في الوجهات السياحية الذكية باستخدام الذكاء الاصطناعي. كما لابد من مراعاة تكافؤ الفرص لجميع أصحاب المصلحة وحماية حقوق الأقليات. واسمحوا لي في النهاية أن أستعرض بعض مبادراتنا في منظمة الأمم المتحدة للسياحة في هذا المجال، والتي تشمل إطلاق تقرير رئيس حول وضع البيانات والذكاء الاصطناعي في قطاع السياحة، والذي يتضمن بحثاً شاملاً عن الدول الأعضاء لتقديم رؤى حول اعتماد الذكاء الاصطناعي والتحديات والتوصيات الاستراتيجية في هذا القطاع، ووضع تسمية عالمية للبيانات والذكاء الاصطناعي في مجال السياحة، وتقديم تحدي عالمي في الذكاء الاصطناعي بهدف دفع ابتكارات الذكاء الاصطناعي والتي تعالج التحديات الرئيسة في قطاع السياحة. وختاماً أتمنى لمنتدى الشارقة الدولي للسفر والسياحة كل التوفيق في هذه الدورة، وأن يكون لنا نصيب في عقد جلسة رفيعة المستوى تضم وزراء من دول الأقليم والدول اللي تختارونها على مستوى وزراء وصناع القرار في هذا المجال. شكراً.
جزيل الشكر لسعادتها على كلمتها القيمة وعلى جهودها وجهود المنظمة الحثيثة في تنمية قطاع السياحة العالمية. شكراً سعادتك. حضورنا الكريم، يسعد لي تقديم المتحدثين المتميزين الذين سيشاركان في جلستنا الحوارية الأولى، والتي تتناول مساهمة التقنيات الرقمية والابتكار في تشكيل مشهد السياحة وخاصة في إمارة الشارقة. أرحب بالمتحدثين سعادة بسمة الميمان، المدير الإقليمي لمنطقة الشرق الأوسط في منظمة الأمم المتحدة للسياحة، حياك الله. وسعادة أحمد عبيد القصير، المدير التنفيذي لهيئة الشارقة للاستثمار والتطوير شروق. واسمحوا لي أنا أخوكم حسين العامري أن أدير هذه الجلسة. ما تحب يشاركنا في الحدث اعتقد. في حضور الشيوخ راح نختصر ان شاء الله ونخير كلامنا خله ودل ونستفيد من هالخبرات المتواجده معنا. ابتدي معاك استاذ بسمه الميمان. من منظور اقليمي، ما هي الاتجاهات الرقميه اللي تشوفون انها تشكل مستقبل السياحه بشكل مستقبل؟
اولا ما اعرف اذا المايك يشتغل. اولا الحمد لله عندنا احصاءات
تفضلي.
شكرا. الإحصاءات الدولية تشير إلى تعافي المنطقة الحمد لله، وهذه يعني بلغة الأرقام أو ليست بلغة العاطفة. الحمد لله. قد تكون منطقتنا يعني في وقت جائحة كورونا أغلقت تماما، لكن الانفتاح كان تدريجي، وكان باستخدام أيضا اللجوء إلى أدوات الرقمنة والتقنية، وهذا اللي جعل المنطقة اليوم لعدة سنوات من بعد الجائحة تتفوق على باقي الأقاليم في التعافي. هذا يعني من منظور إقليمي يؤكد استثمار حكومات منطقة الشرق الأوسط للسياحة في الحلول، بما فيها الأدوات التقنية، الذكاء الاصطناعي الذي اكتشفنا في فترة الجائحة أنه ضرورة ملحة ولا يمكن الاستغناء عنه حتى بعد عودة الحياة إلى طبيعتها اليوم. هناك يعني بس أنا عندي هنا نسبة أنه في تزايد في اعتماد الذكاء الاصطناعي في مجال السياحة بأكثر من 60% من شركات السياحة العالمية، ولنا نصيب من ذلك في منطقة الشرق الأوسط بمختلف الأنماط السياحة التي نناقشها في اللجنة الإقليمية. أعرف أن أحد مواضيع المنتدى هذا العام يركز على الصحة، وكنا قبل سنتين أطلقنا من اللجنة الإقليمية للشرق الأوسط في الأردن نمط الصحة والاستشفاء، لأنه اكتشفنا أنه يعني معظم رواد هذا النمط السياحي اللي يسافرون إلى أمريكا وأوروبا هم من الشرق الأوسط. فكان من حقنا أنه يعني يكون هذا من الأنماط السياحية اللي نركز عليها، ولدينا عدد من المنتجعات اليوم في المنطقة، وما أبغى أذكر أسمائها علشان ما تكون دعاية.
يستاهلون الدعاية.
ويستاهلون الدعاية. يعني ما تلقى حجز فيها، سواء كنت من المنطقة أو قادم من الخارج. مستقبل السياحة في الشرق الأوسط يعني في ظل التركيز على الأنماط السياحية الجديدة خاصة بعد كورونا، بما في ذلك الصحة والاستشفاء، السياحة الرياضية، كلها إن شاء الله يعني ستتفوق على ما نراه اليوم في بقية الأقاليم في العالم.
نحمد الله. طبعا انا ابغى اعلق على كلمه جدا جذبتني استاذه بسمه، اللي هي لغه الارقام. هي لغه لا تعرف المجامله، لغه حقيقيه تظهر الواقع. تحياتنا لكم، وان شاء الله بتتقدم الى تقدم. توجه لسعاده الاخ العزيز استاذ احمد القصير، هل توجد مبادرات حاليه او مستقبليه من قبل هيئه الشارقه للاستثمار والتطوير تهدف الى تعزيز الشراكات بين القطاعين العام والخاص في قطاع السفر والسياحه في اماره الشارقه بما يتماشى مع اهداف السياحه المستقبليه؟
طبعا البدايه أحب أشكر هيئة النمو التجاري والسياحي، أعطانا الفرصة اليوم نكون معاكم في هذا المنتدى المهم. نحن نشارك آراءنا، نحب نفيد ونستفيد إن شاء الله. طبعا بالنسبة للسؤال، يمكن الشراكة بين القطاع الحكومي والقطاع الخاص، أنا أعتقد في طرف ثالث وايد مهم خاصة في قطاع السياحة اليوم. نحن نتكلم اليوم عن القطاع الخاص، قطاع حكومي، وفي اللي هي اللوكال كوميونيتيز أو المجتمعات المحلية. إذا قدرت أنت توفق بين هذه الثلاثة فهذا يدل على النجاح. اليوم قطاع السياحة قطاع مهم اليوم نحن نتكلم، وأعتقد مثل ما تفضل سعادة الأخ عبد الله صالح وسعادة الأخ خالد جاسم ندفع، اليوم قطاع السياحة يمثل حوالي ما يقارب 12% من الناتج المحلي للدولة.
رقم كبير.
فهذا نعم رقم مهم، ونحن متوقع طبعا أن هذا يزيد في السنوات القادمة. كذلك اليوم قطاع السياحة يفتح لك آفاق كثيرة، اليوم تعرف الناس على نفسك وعلى ثقافتك، هذا وايد مهم اليوم. كذلك يفتح المجال للوظائف وأشياء أخرى. فلذلك اليوم الشراكات هذه وايد مهمة. اليوم أنت كقطاع، أنت كيف تقيس نجاحك اليوم؟ تقيس نجاحك إذا توافقت كل الدهول مثل ما يقولون ذا ايكو سيستم، الشراكة بين القطاع الحكومي والقطاع الخاص والمجتمع المحلي. اليوم أنت تشتغل على مشروع، هذا المشروع كيف يفيد؟ ما بس المفروض هو هذا يكون لك إلا عوائد فقط على مثلا مطور أو الفندق نفسه، لا، لازم يكون له شراكة من القطاع الخاص. بعدين اليوم نحن يمكن مثال على هذه النجاحات، هذه الشراكة. اليوم نحن نتكلم عن مدينة خرفكان مثلا، وهذا الشارع اللي صار شارع خرفكان اليوم رجعت الناس خرفكان، بدأت تصير في مشاريع في خرفكان، هذه المشاريع تنصب في قطاعات مختلفة. اليوم فتح مجال وظائف، معناته اليوم في disposable income، معناته في disposable income يعني الناس بتصرف، ما دام الناس بتصرف معناته في رخص زيادة بتطلع، وهذه الرخص طبعا تغطي قطاعات مختلفة منها قطاع السياحة. اليوم تتكلم عن فندقين أو 3 في خرفكان، في نحن مثلا كهيئة اليوم نشتغل على فندقين زيادة في هاي 5 فنادق. فشوف هذه الحلقة كاملة، فصار اليوم من الشباب من منطقة خرفكان بدأوا يستثمرون في قطاع في قطاع الضيافة، في قطاع اللي هو يعني قطاع السياحة والقطاعات المختلفة. فهذا يعني فهذا يعكس الأهمية. اليوم كذلك أنت كيف كمؤسسة اليوم تشرك قطاع الشباب، هذا بعد من ضمن الاستدامة ومن ضمن الإشراك. اليوم أنا اليوم أشغل فندق، زين كيف ممكن أنا أعطي فرصة لفئة الشباب إنه ممكن يشغل مثلا في مجال الهايكينج، مجال، فخلص عن طريقة أنا أسوي أعطيه فرصة اليوم إنه يستثمر عندي في المشروع المشاريع، خصص له أماكن للإيجار بالنسبة للمطاعم والمقاهي والقطاعات المختلفة. فهذا اليوم أنت تقيسه، يعني في ترى مؤشرات اللي هي يسمونها دايركت وإن دايركت، فهي كلها تقاس. وأنا أتمنى أن يصير في دراسة على شارع خرفكان وشو أثره على مدينة خرفكان وعلى القطاعات المختلفة. وأعتقد قطاع السياحة هو قطاع يعني تأثر بشكل كبير يعني بإيجابية في مدينة خرفكان. في أمثلة كثيرة إذا بنتكلم عن مليح، أحب نتكلم عن الأماكن الثانية كيف الشراكات هذه تفيد.
بيض الله وجهك سعادتك. وحقيقة أنا تحية أوجهها. العام كنا في رحلة في باص من رواد التواصل الاجتماعي ومرينا الشارقة في أماكن جدا مميزة. سموك حقيقة نقلة نوعية، ونحن نحييكم ونهنيكم، ويمكن أطلع بكلمة خارج النص. شكرا على دعمك الكبير للشباب في إمارة الشارقة يا شيخ الشباب، الله يطول في عمرك. دعم واضح جدا بأمانة نقولها بغير مجاملة، وما يقال من القلب يصل للقلب بإذن الله. أرجع للأستاذة بسمة الميمان، كيف يمكن للتعاون الدولي دعم التحول الرقمي للسياحة في المنطقة؟
دائما نركز على التعاون الدولي في كل المجالات، في كل الأحداث التي نمر بها. وأرجع لجائحة كورونا هي أكبر دليل أن خير دليل أنه التعاون الدولي كان مهم في التعافي من هذه الجائحة واستعادة قطاع السياحة نشاطه وفتح المطارات وتكثيف الربط الجوي بين الدول، خاصة عندنا في دول الأقليم استحداث التأشيرة الخليجية، سلاسة السفر وغيره. بالنسبة للرقمنة، أنا بالنسبة لي يعني كأني
يهمنا رايك.
الله يسلمك. يهمني أيضا بما أن السياحة دائما احنا نقول أنه بين يعني كل 11 وظيفة في العالم هناك وظيفة للسياحة. فيهمنا أنه الاستفادة من الثورة التقنية والرقمنة أنها ما تؤثر على الوظائف السياحية. السياحة هي عبارة عن وظائف وظائف وظائف، بدون توفير وظائف أنا ما عندي قطاع ناجح. فيهمنا كثيرا أنه تكثيف جهود التعاون الدولي، وخاصة من أقليمنا اللي السنوات الأخيرة كل مبادرات الدولية للمنظمة انطلقت من أقليم الشرق الأوسط لتخدم الأقاليم الأخرى. فأنا أتمنى أيضا في ظل الثورة القائمة أنه الاستغناء عن المرشد السياحي، الأدلة الرقمية، الزيارة الرقمية للمتاحف للوجهات هي جميلة، لكن أتمنى أنه نكثف جهودنا في المحافظة على وظائف السياحة. نحتاج مرشدين سياحيين موجودين، نحتاج جولات فعلية، نحتاج أنه يعني نرفع من الوظائف السياحة، وليس أنه تكون الرقمنة يعني تلغي ما هو موجود، بل تكون مكملة. لذلك أنا يعني فعلا أمنيتي أن
يعني الخوف اللي فينا من الرقمنة يبتعد، ما راح تروح الوظائف يعني.
هذا اللي ينادي فيه بعض ممثلي القطاع الخاص، وأنا ضد هذا. أنا مع توجه زيادة الوظائف السياحية. جميل. واستحداث وظائف جديدة، وتكون الرقمنة مكملة لها. وأتمنى يعني أرجع أقول، أنا قلتها في الكلمة، وأتمنى أنه السنة الجاية في هذا المنتدى يكون عندنا جلسة وزارية دولية تضم وزراء الأقليم ووزراء من دول أخرى رائدة في هذا المجال، من هنا من إمارة الشارقة، ونناقش كل هذه المواضيع
باذن الله. واستاذه بسمه ما راح اعدي هالجمله، انت قلتي كثير من المبادرات طلعت من منطقتنا، فانت احد مفاتيح هذه المبادرات. الله يوفقك في مجهودك ان شاء الله يا استاذه بسمه. ارجع للاخ العزيز، كيف ممكن مشاركه امثله على استثمارات ناجحه في الشارقه ممكن واسهمت بشكل ملموس في تطوير قطاع السياحه؟ ممكن تعطينا بعض الامثله؟
طبعا اليوم إمارة شارجة تمتلك مقومات كبيرة، نتكلم عن إمارة بمدن مختلفة، مدينة الشارجة بالأماكن الثقافية المختلفة اللي فيها، الأماكن السياحية، كذلك المنطقة الوسطى يعني والتنوع البيئي اللي فيها من صحراء وغيره، وكذلك المنطقة الشرقية. لكن هناك كثير من المشاريع النوعية اليوم في إمارة الشارجة، نحن محظوظين يعني إن احنا نطور مشاريعنا في إمارة الشارجة. إذا بنتكلم عن يعني السياحة التراثية، السياحة المستدامة. طبعا المستدامة هاي موضوع قد يكون شائك ومعقد وكان ممكن احنا نبسطه. فلذلك اليوم نحن سعيدين يعني نشغل مشاريع في مثل مليحة، ومليحة فيها آثار ترجع لحوالي فوق 200 ألف سنة، يعني مدن قديمة من العصر الحجري العصر الجليدي، وكذلك إلى عصر ما قبل الإسلام. تجارب فريدة اليوم موجودة في مليحة، يعني اللي ما زار مليحة صح يزور مليحة. اليوم هناك مركز للآثار، بعدين نطلع فيها جولات سياحية. واعلنا نحن من قريب عن مشروع اللي هو المنتزه مليح الوطني الاول من نوعه، ان شاء الله راح يكون في المنطقه، راح تسور المنطقه على غرار المنتزهات الوطنيه اللي على مستوى العالم، راح يكون فيها رسوم الدخول، لكن راح تكون يعني موزعه على يعني انشطه مختلفه في اماكن. يعني الهدف الرئيسي من تسكير المنطقه طبعا اعاده الحياه الفطريه، ولكن هذا مو معناه ان احنا نمنع الناس اليوم من الدخول. الناس راح تدخل وراح تستفيد من التجارب المختلفه، سواء كانت بالانشطه الاثريه اللي موجوده، سواء بالمخيمات اللي موجوده، الاماكن الثانيه المخصصه، فراح تكون تجربه فريده من نوعها. وكذلك اليوم الفنادق اللي موجوده في المنطقه، عندنا منتجع نزل الفايد كوم 5 غرف، عندنا نزل القمر. فهناك الكثير من التجارب الفريده الصراحه والتجارب النوعيه اللي راح واحد ممكن يعيشها في منطقه مليحه، كثير من هالمشتريات. لكن اليوم نحن بعد ايضا فنادق اليوم اللي موجوده في عندنا خصوصا نتكلم عن اليوم فنادق مجموعه الشارقه، نحن نسميها عباره عن فنادق، نحن نقول مش غرف بس هي عباره عن تجارب. نتكلم عن فندق نزل الرفراف اللي موجود في مدينه كلبه ويقع في محميه، يعني محميه القرن، يعني تجربه فريده اليوم يعني. واعتقد انها تجربه نوعيه، شراكه بين هيئه الشارقه استثمار وتطوير شروق، كذلك هيئه البيئه والمحميات الطبيعيه، ان كان المشروع مدروس يعني شو التنوع البيئي، شو التنوع الطبيعي، شو المسموح من الانشطه من غير المحركات. فهذه اليوم كلها يعني نحن اذا بننظر لمشروع هي عباره عن تجارب فريده الواحد يعيش فيها ويعيشها، يعني كل تجربه بطريقه مختلفه. ويمكن نقطه بتكلم فيها اللي هي موضوع الشراكه والاستدامه في هذه المشاريع اليوم واهميتها، كيف اشراك القطاع الخاص واشراك فئه الشباب معنا اليوم. نحن نحاول نشتغل على شيء اللي هو سنسوري اكسبيرينس، او عباره عن التجارب المختلفه البسيطه اللي الواحد ما يشعر فيها لكن هي تعطيك الفرق. اليوم نحن ندخل في تفاصيل بسيطه مثل موضوع اليوم الاكل بيكون كل مطعم فيه منيو خاص فيه. موضوع القهوه حتى اليوم نتعامل نحن مع منصه في اماره الشارقه، نحن قلنا خلاص اليوم القهوه المختصه والسبيشالتي كوفي اليوم كل حد يدور هذه. الفنادق للاسف يعني، وفي اليوم كثير من مشغلين الفنادق اللي موجوده دائما يسعون لارخص انواع القهوه. ليش؟ ويشوف في نهايه اليوم طبعا البي ان المال ومن حقه طبعا، بس اليوم الاشياء الصغيره هذه هي اللي تعطي الفرق. فانت تعطي اليوم قهوه معينه، حتى شيء بسيط اللي هو الرطب والتمر. التمر اليوم دائما المنشات التجاريه تشوف شو ارخص شيء في السوق، لكن احنا اليوم نشوف شو الزين اللي موجود نعطيه. انت ما بتتذكر دائما، تتذكر الطعم، تتذكر الريحه. اليوم نشتغل مع شركه موجوده في الامارات بعد يقودونها شباب، انه لكل فندق في رائحه خاصه فيه تستخدمها في كل المنتجات والمستحضرات اللي بتكون موجود في الغرفه. فهذا ياتي نمكن اولا نحن القطاع الخاص ونمكن فئه الشباب واشياء محليه يعني كلها مصنوعه هنا في الامارات. فهذه تجارب فريده راح بدينا فيها في بعض الفنادق وراح نكمل في الفنادق المختلفه، لكن هذه عباره عن تجارب نوعيه واحد ما بينساها. يعني التفاصيل الصغيره هي جدا مهمه اليوم.
يقاس سعادتك تفاصيل صغيره تعمل فوارق كبيره.
اي طبعا
انت طبقتوها حقا.
لا طبعا
اهنيكم على الفكر.
يعني مهم اليوم حتى موضوع القهوه الاماراتيه، كل فندق يصير تطعمها بطعم مختلف، احيانا تكون سعوديه، احيانا قهوه يعني من مختلف الاماكن. فتتحكم في هذه التجربه البسيطه، لان اليوم قطاع السياحه اهميته ياتي في شيء ثاني. اليوم هو الواجهه الاولى ليعكس ثقافتنا، وللاسف اليوم نحن في هذا المجال قليل عدد الاماراتيين اللي يشتغلون في هذا المجال، فلذلك انت تشوف تجارب انا اقدر اسميها عجيبه غريبه عن تراثنا وموروثنا احنا الاماراتي. فلذلك اليوم مهم جدا ايضا ان احنا نستثمر في هذه الشغله اليوم لنعكس تجربه فريده ان شاء الله ما بتحصل في مكان ثاني.
بيض الله وجهكم ان شاء الله موفقين، ودام تكون هالفكر ان شاء الله في تميز باذن الله. انا راح اختم بسؤال اخير لك سعاده الاخت العزيزه بسمه الميمان، اريد نطول على الشيوخ وعليكم. بعض المخاطر المحتمله زياده الرقمنه في قطاع السياحه، كيف ممكن التفاديها او التخفيف منها؟
بعض المخاطر المحتملة يمكن أنا ذكرتها في الإجابة السابقة، هي اختفاء بعض الوظائف السياحية، وهذا اللي نحاول نحد منه في المنظمة. المجتمع المحلي هو الأولى بوظائف السياحة الخاصة بوجهته. هناك العديد من الوجهات في العالم عندما تزورها تشوف الكل هناك يلعب دور في السياحة، إما بيوت فاتحين متاحف خاصة، إما مرشدين سياحيين حتى بدون رخصة بكل يعني رحابة صدر يأخذك ويشرح لك أهم معالم المكان، أبرز القصص اللي ما قد سمعت عنها. ما في شك أنه أي تطور في مجال تقني يجب أن يكون موازي له أو مقابل له الحفاظ على الجيد الذي لدينا. تكلم عن الطعام والذكريات اللي تربط الزائر بالطعام. أنا جيت من هذه تجربة، وهي جزء من تجربة السائح، وأنا جيت من مملكة البحرين، اختتمنا فيها المنتدى العالمي لسياحة فن الطهي، وكانت المرة الأولى اللي يعقد فيها في الشرق الأوسط، وكانت أكبر نسخة، وكان فيه تم تعيين سفراء لسياحة فن الطهي لدى المنظمة من عدة دول من ضمنها البحرين. فأنا أتمنى أيضا أنه نعمل مع دولة الإمارات العمل كتيب أو عن أبرز الشيفs اللي هنا في الإمارات وأبرز الأطباق الإماراتية، وإن شاء الله يكون لهم نصيب في لقب عالمي مرتبط.
إن شاء الله يكون لنا نصيب الأسد في هذا الموروث واللي نعتز به. شكرا جزيلا. بس بختم بسؤال أخير لسعادتك. أتمنى أعرف شو رؤية الشارقة للاستثمار وتطوير دور التكنولوجيا في تحسين جودة الخدمات المقدمة؟
طبعا اليوم قطاع التكنولوجيا أو التكنولوجيا يعني مهمة جدا، لكن احنا لازم نشوفها كممكن وليست هي بديل لتجربة. يعني ما نقدر نخلق تجربة سياحية اليوم، لكن هي ممكن. فاليوم بوجود التكنولوجيا أولا يمكن احنا نتعامل مع شركات اللي هي مشغلين السفر والسياحة، هو اللي يوصل رسالتك، هو اللي يوصل، والمنافسة كبيرة على الشركات الكبيرة. لكن اليوم وكان البزنس أكثر اللي يسمونه البي تو بي أكثر، اليوم أنت تقدر توصل للأند يوزر أو السائح نفسه عن طريق التكنولوجيا اليوم بالمنصات اللي موجودة، المنصات فتوصل كل حد اليوم. المنصات التواصل الاجتماعي اليوم كيف أنت ممكن تستغلها توصل. اليوم الشات جي بي تي مثلا، إذا أي حد يدخل على الشات جي بي تي الحين مثلا ويكتب أن أنا اليوم سأزور إمارة الشارقة لمدة 3 أيام، أحتاج ايتنري كامل لمدة 3 أيام، وتحط الوصف بيطلع لك جدول كامل حق 3 أيام. الحين اليوم أنا أقول الشطارة أن كيف أنا أقدر أستغل هذه، فهو يسحب معلومات من الإنترنت. اليوم كيف أنت يكون تواجدك بزيادة المعلومات عن الوجهات الخاصة فيها
أيضا.
إيه لا معلوماتك أنت اليوم عندك مواقع مثل ترب ادفايزر booking.com، لازم الريتنج مالك يكون عالي لأنه يسحب من التوب. فلازم نحن نكثف تواجدنا على منصات مو فقط التواصل الاجتماعي لكن على الإنترنت، ونكون دائما حريصين على متابعة الأرقام لأن هي بتسحب منها. واليوم إذا قدرنا نفهم نحن كيف ممكن نتحكم في الذكاء الاصطناعي هذا، أن احنا نوصل أن يكون نحن دائما من الديستنيشنز أو الأماكن على المستوى يعني من ضمن ال5 الأوائل، بنقدر نحن اليوم نطلع أن نكون دائما موجودين. واليوم بوجود التكنولوجيا نقدر نوصل أي شخص في العالم، وأنت اليوم أصغر قرية في العالم ممكن الواحد يطلع معلومات عنها في ثواني. فلذلك اليوم نحن لازم نكثف تواجدنا على المنصات هذه أساس أن نكون دائما في المراتب الأولى إن شاء الله.
الله يهنيكم على الفكر. حقيقة أنا ما أقدر إني أختم بدون ما أفتح المجال لك بكلمة ختامية. شو حابة تقولي للحضور الكريم ونختم هذه الندوة البسيطة؟ شو تقولي لهم؟
والله يعني في أشياء كثيرة أنا يعني ودي أقولها. أنا يعني
قولي.
سعيدة جدا أني موجودة هنا في إمارة الشارقة. زي ما قلت يمكن في الكلمة، وأمس كان في لقاء مع قناة الشارقة، إن هي أول محطة لي كانت لما كنت طالبة. أول زيارة لي لدولة الإمارات كانت في الشارقة. كنت أتذكر أنها كانت آخر أيام رمضان، شهر رمضان، والوالد والوالدة الله يرحمهم يعني اختاروا أن نكون هنا ونعيد في الشارقة. وكان أتذكر إكسبو الشارقة عبارة عن خيام، فاليوم ما شاء الله يعني يحتضن منتدى دولي ويناقش مواضيع.
بنشارك شعورك دكتورة.
شعوري من طالبة
السابقة وإلى الآن،
واليوم أزورها يعني مسؤول في مدير إقليمي يعني في اليو ان. شعور ما يوصف. وأتذكر كانت آخر محاضرة في مدريد قبل جائحة كورونا، كان سمو الشيخ دكتور سلطان القاسمي ألقاها في مدريد. كانت رغم أن المناسبة كانت أن إمارة الشارقة ضيف في معرض الكتاب، إلا أنها كانت محاضرة ثرية جدا تاريخية، فيها معلومات عن الوطن العربي، عن السياحة. كانت شاملة، وكانت آخر محاضرة يعني في مدريد، كانت قبل الإغلاق لكورونا. فأنا سعيدة أني أعود للشارقة.
أهلا وسهلا.
وأتطلع وكانت لنا مؤتمرات كثير في وقت كورونا هايبرد، عملناها أونلاين مع
صحيح.
سياحة الشارقة. هذه أول مرة أكون يعني أشارك حضوريا في المنتدى،
ومو بالأخيرة إن شاء الله.
ما هي الأخيرة، السنة الجاية بإذن الله. إذا سمحتوا لنا أنه يكون في جلسة وزارية.
أهلا وسهلا. يسمعك نائب الحاكم ويسمعك رئيس الدائرة، وإن شاء الله كله خير.
وأتشرف أن أديرها وأعمل فيها مع الأخوان هنا على تنظيم
بإذن الله. أنا بختم معك الثواني الأخيرة في هذه الندوة. شو تحب تختم سعادتك؟
والله طبعا إذا في عندنا حد من فئة الطلاب هنا، نحن نتمنى أن يكون في عدد طلاب أكثر في مجال السياحة والدراسة، يتخرج مجال السياحة، لأن في فرص عمل كبيرة. وسوق العمل يعني في مجال السياحة اليوم باب مفتوح، ونحن طبعا مستعدين نحن نوظف. إذا في حد مستعد يدرس راس نحن نوظف. وأيضا فئة الشباب اللي مهتمين يستثمرون في قطاع السياحة، فهناك اليوم فرص كبيرة. خصوصا أنا أكلم الشباب المواطنين، يعني عدد المواطنين الإماراتيين في مجال السياحة قليل، ومجال ممتع ومجال يعني فيه آفاق كثيرة، لكن في نفس الوقت متعب. لكن نحن نتمنى أن نشوف يعني شباب إماراتيين أكثر في قطاع السياحة.
في الثواني الأخيرة أنا أشكر سعادة الأخ العزيز أحمد عبيد قصير، شكرا سعادة الأستاذ العزيز بسمة الميمان، شكرا جزيلا على حضوركم. تفضلوا نستكمل إن شاء الله الحفل. شاكر لكم هذه مشاركتنا، آراءكم، تطلعاتكم، مقترحاتكم، سعيدين بتواجدكم. شكرا لكم. تفضلوا. طبعا من المتحدثين الأفاضل ورآهم دائما قيمة، احنا اختصرنا للوقت قصير، ولكن سيتم مناقشتها مع سعادة رئيس الهيئة بإذن الله. والآن السيدات والسادة، نود أن ننتهز هذه الفرصة لتكريم أبرز الإنجازات المتميزة والمساهمات القيمة في عالم السياحة والسفر والاستدامة. يشرفني بكل فخر أن أدعو سمو الشيخ سلطان بن أحمد القاسمي نائب حاكم الشارقة إلى المنصة لتكريم المتحدثين والشركاء، فليتفضل سموه الكريم مشكورا. كما أدعو إلى المنصة كل من سعادة خالد جاسم المدفع رئيس هيئة الإنماء التجاري والسياحي بالشارقة، والشيخ سالم بن محمد القاسمي مدير هيئة الإنماء التجاري والسياحي بالشارقة، فليتفضلوا مشكورين. والآن ندعو المتحدثين المشاركين فليتفضلوا مشكورين إلى المنصة. أبتدي بالأخت الفاضلة سعادة بسمة الميمان المدير الإقليمي لمنطقة الشرق الأوسط في منظمة الأمم المتحدة اليو ان. حياك الله، مرحبا وسهلا. سعادة أحمد عبيد القصير المدير التنفيذي لهيئة الشارقة للاستثمار والتطوير الشروق.
السيد تيري مالريت الخبير الاقتصادي والاستراتيجي. السيد سيث شينبانغو مؤسس شركة اكتيفيد والذي يتابعنا افتراضيا. السيد ريحان أسد. السيد ريحان أسد نائب الرئيس لعمليات السوق العالمية مجموعة اكسبيديا. Most welcome. Thank you for all support. الآن في التكريم السيد تيري مالريت والخبير الاقتصادي والاستراتيجي في الصورة مع سمو نائب الحاكم. السيد ريحان أسد نائب الرئيس لعمليات السوق العالمية مجموعة اكسبيديا. السيد ثامر الحربي محاضر بكلية السياحة مشرف على العلاقات العامة والإعلام بجامعة الملك عبد العزيز. حياك الله الأخ ثامر، شكرا لك. طبعا جامعة الملك عبد العزيز من أهم الجامعات على مستوى العالم. كل التحية للهيئة التدريسية ولطلابها، ومرحبا بكم يا أهل السعودية. السيد نيك موت نائب رئيس الإيرادات لمنطقة أوروبا والشرق الأوسط وأفريقيا لدى شركة أدارة. السيد إد كاستلي نائب رئيس المبيعات الدولية رابطة المطاعم الوطنية المعهد التعليمي الأمريكي للفنادق والإقامة. Most welcome. Congratulations. Please. You deserve that moment. Thank you for all your support. السيد كارل تلايس المؤسس والرئيس التنفيذي لشركة اي ادفيزوري. اهلا وسهلا. سيد كارل شكرا لك. السيد فادي مشرفي المدير العام لمجموعة فنادق موفنبيك نوفوتيل أداجيو بولمن. موست ويلكم. مرحبا بك فادي. وشكرا على الدعم الكبير. شكرا لك. حقيقة يستاهل التحية والشكر، فهو واحد الداعمين فنادق موفنبيك أيضا رعاة. شكرا لهم على تعاونهم البناء. السيد كريس غريغوري باشا مدير مبيعات أول لدى شركة سوغرين. السيدة جوديث أباسنجادي مدير سلامة الغذاء والنظافة فندق أتلانتس دبي. Most welcome. Welcome, Ms. Judith. Thank you so much. السيد بشير يوسف خبير سلامة الغذاء في بلدية دبي. شكرا لبلدية دبي على التعاون البناء. ويمثلها اليوم في هذا التكريم السيد بشير يوسف خبير السلامة. حياك الله. إلى الدكتورة مريم آل علي رئيس قسم مختبر الأغذية من إدارة المختبرات المركزية في بلدية الشارقة. أهلا وسهلا يا دكتورة، وتستحق التحية. السيد كريم المرمري مدير إدارة التسويق في هيئة الإنماء التجاري والسياحي بالشارقة. تفضل موجود. نعم السيد كريم حياك الله. هيئة الإنماء التجاري والسياحي يقصر الكلام فيكم. تحية لكم. الآن أدعو السادة ممثلي شركاء المنتدى إلى المنصة للتكريم، وأبتدي بهيئة الشارقة للاستثمار والتطوير شروق، وهم الراعي البلاتيني. كل التحية لكم يا شروق، شكرا على هذه الرعاية. العربية للطيران الراعي الفضي، شكرا يا العربية. وبلغة الأرقام، مطار الشارقة من أهم وأكبر المطارات على مستوى العالم في عدد المسافرين، ومن تقدم إلى تقدم بإذن الله. شكرا. إلى الهيئة الاتحادية للهوية والجنسية والجمارك وأمن المنافذ، أهلا وسهلا سعادة اللواء، حياك الله. مشكورين. الهيئة الاتحادية للهوية والجنسية والجمارك، شكرا لكم. هيئة البيئة والمحميات الطبيعية في الشارقة، وطبعا الشارقة تتميز حضورنا الكريم بأهم المحميات في الدولة وجميل المحميات زرناها. شكرا لكم على هذا الاهتمام بالطبيعة، وليس بغرابة على سلطان القلوب هذا الاهتمام بطبيعتنا وبمحمياتنا، الله يطول في عمره. هيئة الشارقة للمتاحف، شكرا لهيئة الشارقة للمتاحف. فندق نوبوتيل اكسبو الشارقة الراعي الداعم، شكرا. فندق بولمان الراعي الداعم، ويستلم التكريم السيد فادي مشرفي، حياك الله يا فادي مرة ثانية. هاي دلالة على أنهم متعاونين جدا معنا، يتكرمون مرتين. مركز اكسبو الشارقة، اللي نقولهم ألف شكر على هذا الروعة في التنظيم. أنا حضرت الكثير من الفعاليات في الشارقة، فعلا مميزين الشباب، وفريق العمل في اكسبو مميزين جدا، تحية منهم. نادي الشارقة الدولي للرياضات البحرية، مطار الشارقة الدولي، وكالة مطار الشارقة للسفريات ساتا، مجمع الشارقة للبحوث والتكنولوجيا والابتكار، مؤسسة الشارقة لدعم المشاريع الريادية رواد، شكرا يا رواد، وفعلا انتم رواد في هذه الاعمال المميزة. وكالة مطار الشارقة للسفريات ساتا، مجمع الشارقة للبحوث والتكنولوجيا والابتكار. ثانك يو ساتا، الله يحييك، مبروكين. كوزمو ترافل،
Thank you Cosmo Travel. شكرا جزيلا in Arabic. تجارب زرزورة. تفضل. اسمحوا لي أن أشكر جزيلا ضيف الشرف قبل أن أختم سعادة عبد الله أحمد آل صالح وكيل وزارة الاقتصاد في دولة الإمارات. شكرا جزيلا على كل ما قمت به. شكرا. ونحن نبغي صورة معك حقيقة. بختم بك وهذا شكر جزيل لك من كل فريق العمل ومن هيئة الإنماء السياحي. من الشخصيات اللي نعتز بها حقيقة في الدولة في عالم الاقتصاد وفي عالم الطيب في كل علم طيب. الله يوفقه إن شاء الله. أما الآن حضورنا الكريم أتشرف بدعوة سمو الشيخ سلطان بن أحمد بن سلطان القاسمي نائب حاكم الشارقة لافتتاح المعرض المصاحب. نلقاكم مجددا. نرجو البقاء معنا حضورنا لأن الفعاليات ما زالت مستمرة. شكرا سموك. حضورنا الكريم نتمنى أن تتواجدون معنا. عندنا مستمرة فعالياتنا. نرجو التواجد والجلوس والبقاء في أماكننا. شكرا جزيلا للجميع.
Does it work well? Yeah, I can continue. Yes, it's working.
ضيوفنا الكرام، تفضلوا بالجلوس في مقاعدكم. سيستأنف البرنامج الآن.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Our program will now resume.
السادة الحضور، نرحب بكم مجددا لاستكمال برنامج المنتدى وجلساته، ونستهل الجلسات الحوارية لمنتدى الشارقة الدولي للسياحة والسفر مع العرض التقديمي الذي يقدمه الخبير الاقتصادي والاستراتيجي تيري مالريت حول كيفية تحقيق التوازن بين الابتكار والاستدامة والسلامة في العالم الرقمي. فليتفضل مشكورا.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's my great pleasure to talk about what's going to be at the intersection. It's not quite my presentation, but it's coming. It's not me either. Oops. Well, it's going to come. So I'm going to tell you a bit more about the 4 key themes that are driving this seminar today, which are innovation, digitization, safety, and sustainability. When we talk about innovation, which everybody does, we use a term that it's not fully understood. In the simplest possible manner, you can define innovation as embracing change. That's what it is fundamentally. And when we think about innovation, we think about something which has magical properties, which is a bit mysterious, but it doesn't have to be. And in fact, when you read the literature on innovation, you realize that it doesn't have to do so much with ideas than with execution. So execution is really what drives innovation. Ideas are cheap. Execution is much, much tougher. So since the purpose of today is to figure out how the tourism sector might evolve in the next few years, in the foreseeable future, I'm going to share with you what I think are the key trends that underpin this phenomenal growth we heard about earlier. You are lucky enough, if I may say so, to be part of an industry that is growing well. And there is at the moment a lot of uncertainty regarding global growth. According to the IMF, it's going to be trending downwards in the foreseeable decades for multiple reasons, which we may discuss later. The tourism industry is an outlier. It's growing at a faster pace than global GDP growth, which means that it has a lot of tail in its wings. And if you try to understand the way in which the key trends are going to shape it, I see two, which are going to emphasize. The first one is that tourism, like so many industries that have to do with consumers, is evolving towards what we call a no in-between economy. When you look at tourism, when you look at retail, when you look at automotive, you see that these are industries where progressively, very slowly, it's been an underlying trend for several years now, there'll be no more in between, which means that you will either operate at the high end or at the low end. There'll be no in between, nothing in the middle, which suggests that you will be either at the high end in a very high margin, low volume kind of activity, or you'll be at the low end, conversely, very low margins, very big volumes. That's what it is, and you can see it at the moment. It's been visible for the past 10 years, but it's gaining a lot of traction. The in-between economy for the consumers is phasing out. The second trend that is critically important is the explosion of wellness tourism. And in many respects, wellness and high-end tourism are fusing nowadays. I was in Scotland 10 days ago for the Global Wellness Summit, which is a yearly celebration of what wellness offers as an industry. Every year, the Global Wellness Institute measures the size of the wellness economy, which is very diffuse. It's hard to characterize, but it's present in our world more and more. And today, according to the Global Wellness Institute, the wellness industry is worth $6.5 trillion, which represents roughly a bit more than 6% of global GDP. So it's a very big sector by itself, and within it, the wellness tourism subsector is evolving at an even faster pace. So it's exploding all over the world. And according to the Global Wellness Institute, it's going to increase by more than 100% in between 2019 and 2027, jumping from 720 billion 5 years ago to 1.4 trillion in 27 and possibly 2 trillion in 2030. So the essential point is that the two industries, wellness and tourism, are fusing in the coming years. Digital, we heard this morning from the previous speakers how important it is, but I would argue that digital has to be taken as a given. It's not going to provide a competitive advantage if you do it well. However, if you don't embrace digital, it's going to put you in a very unfavorable position compared to your peers, whether you are a country, a region, a city, an industry, or a firm. So digital is quite easy to adopt. We heard this morning that some countries are ahead, but very rapidly, a catch-up phenomenon can take place. So we must take as a given that digital will be embraced by everybody in the foreseeable future. What does it require? The very basic, which is anything that makes the experience of the traveler flawless and frictionless. The first thing being you arrive in any country, and every time you come to Dubai, you are just amazed by the rapidity, velocity with which you come out from the plane to the taxi or to the car. And that's absolutely critical. Everything has to be done to make the experience of the traveler flawless and with as much little friction as possible. But again, it's a given. Nobody does it well, but it's not that difficult to put it into place. The thing that which is going to make a tremendous difference, again, we heard it this morning, so I'm not going to spend too much time on it, is AI personalization. Tourism, by definition, is an experience, is not a physical good. And when you deal with an experiential good, like tourism, you want it to be personal. So moving forward, digital means that everything must be done in order to provide as much personalization to the consumer as possible, whether it's chatbots, whether it's virtual augmented reality, and so on and so forth. But the point again is it has to be taken as a given. It's only the lack of digital that puts you at a competitive disadvantage. Sustainability. Well, sustainability, we hear about it all the time. Politically, it's something which is not going so well, as we saw in Cali with COP16 regarding biodiversity, and in Baku just a few days ago with COP29. So sustainability is on a rough road at the moment politically. However, consumers, and every survey proves it, want sustainability to be part of the journey when they travel abroad or at home. So the minimum required is carbon offsets, the greening of hotels and resorts, being embedded in the local community. We heard about this again this morning, how critical it is to put forward the local culture. And moving forward, I would argue that sustainability is going to be much less important than regeneration. When you look at the very high-end resorts that operate in the wellness tourism space, you realize that sustainability is now gone, and the trend that is replacing sustainability is regeneration. Not only you've got to keep the place as well as you can, but you've got to make it better, whether it's the sea, the air, the cleanliness, the mountains. You do your very, very best to regenerate the environment in which you spend a bit of time on holiday. So regeneration is going to be one of the prevailing trends as we move forward. The safety imperative. The world is moving in a direction that suggests that it's going to be more and more difficult. Turmoil, geopolitical turmoil is all over the place, which puts a premium on safety because it gives safety a scarcity value on many fronts, whether it's health in the post-COVID era, or whether it's physical geopolitical safety as we move forward and chaos, disorder develop in many regions of the world. So it means that every traveler in the coming years is going to put a premium on three things: geopolitical safety, physical safety, and health safety. And when you travel abroad, you've got to make sure that these three criteria are holistically taken into consideration, because when one of them is faulty, it has a big resonance because of social media, because of many people talking about it. You can see, for example, the way in which rumors, because there were rumors at that time about bed bugs in Paris, had a very, very critical impact that was measured back in the early months of 2024. So safety is absolutely critical. The same goes, of course, for geopolitical safety. More and more you hear about tourists being embroiled in conflicts, in possibly civil wars. So there'll be a premium attached to that. And countries and cities which are above average will benefit from a safety premium. It goes for reputational safety, which is absolutely critical because we live in a world of social media in which absolutely everything has immediate transparency. And it has also to do with safety protocols, digital physical insurance. And the two next sessions are going to explore this in much greater detail. So I invite you to take part in this. My time is off. I thank you very much for your time, and I look forward to discussing with the next two panels the issues of health and physical security in more detail. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much Mr. Terry Malbert. Thank you so much. We appreciate. والآن ندعو مؤسس شركة Activated سيف شين فانجو والذي سيشاركنا افتراضيا عبر منصة زوم لتقديم استراتيجياته الرقمية للاستفادة من البيانات من أجل حلول ذكية. Most welcome.
that they can harbor those personalized experiences. So how do we activate, empower this for people around the world and their travels on day-to-day life? We are a travel company, a data company, which enables you to connect multiple sources of data. We take the headache and the hard work of collating over 20 data sources and utilizing machine learning, artificial intelligence for forecasting. And with this, we offer personalized recommendations for your city, which enable you to view the top events over a period of time, whether it be a month, 3 months, or even up to 6 months, and therefore then tag these events and score and rank each of them to therefore understand their impact environmentally, socially, and also from an economic perspective to see which ones will garner the highest opportunity. As we look towards the screenshot on the right of our platform, you can see, for example, there's footfall density, understanding the footprint that people have as they travel throughout your city for these different events, and how that changes over day and time throughout a given week or month. I'm just going to share a quick video sharing our platform, and then share how some use cases can be impacted. Stream, our AI-powered platform. You see at the end the different use cases driven by that major concept. There's dynamic planning, revenue maximization, sustainability optimization, resilience planning, and inventory and workforce optimization. Quick example of how these were used in real life was with the Qatar 2022 World Cup, which we predicted there would be an undersupply in hotels in Qatar due to the influx of people traveling in for the World Cup finals throughout the month of November and December, only 2 years ago. And we were able to identify that this overflow of travel would have been part where people would therefore then pitch themselves in Dubai and take the 2-hour shuttle flights, as they were called, over to Qatar for their match. This then led to an opportunity to maximize revenue for hotels in Dubai. It led them to also to be able to price dynamically based on what match was going to be more impactful and therefore have a higher demand. It also led to an ability to minimize waste, therefore understanding and informing authorities where there wouldn't be predicted influxes of demand. Similarly, from a resilience perspective, all those, imagine over 17 million people traveling into a city and a region in the world in 1 month, as more than usual, therefore enabling them to cope with that influx in demand. And then finally, workforce optimization, ensuring that there's enough people therefore to then provide that wonderful experience which we all come to know and love from the region. So with Activate, there's the ability to predict demand, personalize your visitor experience and boost revenue, ensure that your staff and infrastructure can cope with any of the stresses of extra demand, and therefore also drive insights to therefore unify your stakeholders and all decision makers to ensure that you have a strategy which is one which is driven by data and not informed by unknowns. And finally, with real-time insights, you're able then to effectively capitalize on any events which may be coming to a destination near you. We also do predictive work. One recently piece which we've done, which was picked up by the UK media, was the Oasis tour, which is next summer. We've seen that there's going to be a predicted amount of 451 billion worth of extra revenue towards local economies where these concerts are being held. Each attendee will spend over £495, and we'll see a doubling in accommodation from what is the norm, and a drive in both revenue for food and beverages and also transport. These therefore have the capacity to not only benefit the economy, but also pose such challenges which data and Activate's data can come to the rescue with. With public infrastructure and seamless crowd management, you can ensure the seamless flow and also health and safety of those individuals that have a fantastic and memorable time. And similarly, dynamic pricing can be leveraged to ensure that revenue is maximised throughout the period of the tour, and that staffing demands are also able to cope with those people who are going to be put those extra stresses on our services industries. So I encourage you to reach out and follow us on LinkedIn and view our website and also book a demo. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much Mr. Seth شيمبانغو على هذا العرض القيم، نشكرك عليه. ننتقل إلى جلستنا الثانية والتي ستناقش العلاقة بين الرقمنة والصحة والسلامة في السياحة. الآن ندعو كلا من السيد ريحان أسد نائب الرئيس لعمليات السوق العالمية لمجموعة إكسبيديا، والسيد ثامر الحربي محاضر بكلية السياحة مشرف على العلاقات العامة والإعلام بجامعة الملك عبد العزيز. وأهلا وسهلا بأهل جامعة الملك عبد العزيز، هذه الجامعة المتميزة المتفردة على مستوى العالم. خريجين نعرفهم بالاسم مميزين ومبدعين، ودائما ما تنجب المبدعين. أهلا وسهلا بك يا ثامر. والأخ العزيز خالد بلايس، خالد هو المؤسس والرئيس التنفيذي لشركة آي أدفيزري. والسيد كريس غريغوري باشا مدير مبيعات أول لدى شركة سوغيرن. وسيدير الجلسة السيد تيري مارلت الخبير الاقتصادي والاستراتيجي. He will be the MC. Mr. Marlet, welcome. ندعو الجميع للتفضل على المسرح. You will be the MC now. Enjoy.
How would you like to see it? Yeah, okay. Sorry. So over the next 40 minutes, we are going to shed light on the topic of digitization, health, and safety. And we're going to understand from our distinguished panelists how to navigate them properly in the tourism industry. We want this to be interactive and lively as possible. We don't have to agree, you don't have to agree on everything. And I will start with a question to all of you, to which I would like you to respond in very, very short words. It's about whether... Yeah? Okay, so like this, it's better? Okay. So I'm going to ask each of you and geopolitical turmoil change anything in your view. Who'd like to start? Tamer, maybe. Yeah, why not?
I think in terms of and using their technologies in all during their visit to the destination. So the DMOs today and the service providers and also the tourists themselves, they are trying to granting their visit to using and ensuring they are having the safety and health in their visit to make it better experience during in the destination. And that's what we're going to be different, to be see different service, different products in our sector today, and it's going to be much different in the future.
Thank you, Tamer. Chris.
Yeah, I think as someone that travels a lot now with my two children, I think I'm a lot more aware of safety and kind of what I have available to me when I go to a destination. So I think, you know, on the subject of digitization and what we have access to as travelers now, I think we are looking for more information and more information quickly on, you know, for me it's things like where is the nearest healthcare facility or where is the nearest hospital. And I think though, for me as a traveler now, safety, that's when I think about safety is you know, if I need something at midnight and or 1 in the morning, have I booked somewhere that I know is guaranteed to be close to somewhere that's you know, open and available, and you know, it kind of links back to your, you know, your own ability to travel, travel insurance and health insurance, and just how easy it's going to be to access these facilities when you know, when you visit other countries now. And COVID has changed our perception on that and just how we plan and book travel. There are certain things in there now that we consider that I, you know, put at the top of my list of importance versus, you know, what I would have done 4 years ago, for example.
Right. Thank you. Carl.
Echoing both of you guys on the analysis there, I think from my perspective, it's the pre-travel experience preps that's really accelerated, and also becoming much more aware of destinations from a digital sense. And I think what I'll talk about today is a little bit about how do we leverage what's out there to help in the planning exercises, you know, things like frictionless experiences which can maybe map out a potential experience within a city if a health situation arrived, if a travel event, if a weather event had arisen. So I think these are sort of key areas, the pre-travel planning. From a safety point of view, I think obviously it's very important to be aware of the health establishment and where they are and where they may not be. But then that also relies on data, and your data needs to be shared to be able to provide you much more personalization on that front, which we'll dive into later.
Thank you. And Rian?
I believe that COVID has changed our world, and pre-COVID and post-COVID, human thinks differently when it comes to travel and tourism. And even though we are through the COVID, but people, as a number of panelists say, is that people think very fundamental basic things, that where am I going? Is it safe? If I need help, where I can seek help. So these are becoming part of the planning. So this is, as we move forward, as people travels, that this would be part of human thinking, human planning. And as the travel and tourism sector, we need to be thoughtful of that, that it's not just offering the best experience, the best time, but also how we can make people feel safe. If they need help, how we can help. Those things would be the fundamental part of this sector as we move forward.
Rohan, as Vice President of Global Market Operations at Expedia, you are, I think, the one on stage who has the broadest picture about how each country performs around the globe. So can you tell us who is ahead in terms of implementing, putting into place safety measures? Who are the leaders? Who does best? And what are the best practices you can infer from your global overview in that space?
Sorry, could you please repeat the last part of your question? That in this, we're having a little difficulty hearing. That who does best, I could hear, but I could not hear the last
since,
part.
As having the global overview, since you work at Expedia, can you give us a sense of who is ahead of the curve? What are the best practices? And if some regions or countries are ahead of others?
Okay. This is a great question. See, I have lived during the COVID in UAE, and I can say that I feel when I look back, I'm speaking just as a human being, just as a person, that I feel really safe for me, my family living in UAE. The way the UAE has taken care of, like since the very beginning of the COVID, that from the testing, from the vaccination, from the safety measure, UAE was one of the example that how a country could be facilitating, protecting its citizens and the residents of a given country. Post-COVID, I believe that different country went through different phases, and it's not fair to say that this country did well or this country did bad, because there are multiple macro factors what's impacted the response. But coming out from COVID, that if you see that the Asia Pacific went to lockdown the first, but Asia Pacific was the last to come out. But if you look into like 2024 and 2023, it's kind of where the world has normalized. That if you go back 2022, that yes, there are some regions which is ahead, some regions which is behind. But if you look into 2023, 2024, you don't see that one country is lagging behind other countries, and you can see that everybody is back to COVID. If you look into the global travel level, it's back to 2019 level. In some places, it's even ahead. So I believe that the whole industry learned a lot. Every country, every region has learned a lot. And I think that coming out as a like tourism as a whole is stronger than ever before.
Thank you very much. Tamer, I now like to turn to you because you're an academic. Yeah, I know. I made the remark, it's hard to understand. Can you hear me properly? So I said, as an academic and a professor, can you give us a sense of what are the new platforms and how effective they are digitally at incorporating safety measures in that space?
Okay. I think we had a beautiful story in Saudi Arabia during the COVID-19, the government published a new platform. They called it Tawakkalna for people from Saudi Arabia or who are living in Saudi Arabia or who's coming to Saudi Arabia. That platform can provide all information about their health and what they called it health passport. One second, in terms of education and universities, I think we have to work today to make our standard. As you know, our world becoming a small village, and some destination they are attracting more tourists, and other destination they exposing tourists to come out and to visit other destination. So we have to make a standard in terms of health and safety. And as I know, always tell my student, safety, it's like oxygen. It's a must, but be careful. Tourist doesn't need to see it by their eyes, so we have to make that clear for them to make sure it's health and secure places for them. And we have to really to make the standard not in one destination, for all destinations, internal or external destinations.
Thank you very much. Carl, you are an innovator. You think a lot about how these new tools can be incorporated into the daily life of companies. So can you give us a sense of how predictive data can help users in terms of the travel experience and what is being done, particularly in this region?
Yeah, thanks for that question. Start with what data is. If you look at historically, we sort of gave away our data quite freely in the Web 2.0 world, and as we look at the future economy, you got to look at data as an asset. It's a personal asset. It's an SME asset. It's a merchant asset. It's a government data. It's a government asset. So when you start to look at it as being an asset, you can start to think of, okay, when I'm going to make that available, what is the return on the value for that availability? And predictive analytics is a great mechanism for understanding where data is traversing and how and what kind of reward you may get. So if I look at it from the perspective of the experience of travel, you're traversing, right? You're going to be traversing a city, which means you're going to be moving around various touch points within a city. And that'll begin the moment you actually leave home. So whether you're getting onto a plane, the journey to that is a friction-driven experience. The data assets that you give up should reward you through that experience, just the beginning. As you then arrive at the city, the data assets you're going to be exposed to should also be rewarding you. And what do I mean by that? Start to think about, for example, seasonal travel. There's a lot of seasonal travel happens right now. So whether it's hot weather or cold weather, you know, you've got statistics right now. There are innovative companies which are tracking temperatures of pathways in cities, which can be made available to allow you to understand whether it's better to walk in one direction versus another direction based on purely the temperature of the footpath. So that can change your strategy around how you traverse a city. But beyond that, the pre-travel experience would also offer you, in terms of data, some other aspect, which is what are those various experiences from a merchant perspective that I can engage with based on my understanding of various events that are happening there, but also in terms of whether or not can I maybe get a glimpse of that experience before I make an actual decision to go and attend. Maybe it's not the right time to be there because of the weather. Maybe it's not the right time to be there for other reasons because the incentivization across the merchant ecosystem isn't as strong. And so these are data points that we need to have access to or make available in terms of my own personal engagement. So if I start to think of, you know, if I'm a tourism operator or if I'm a government entity to plan for this influx of tourists that are coming in, I've got to think about not only the click-through rates in terms of where all the interests are during that period of time, but it's also about the engagement statistics. You've got to be looking at various other metrics around how people are pre-planning that travel experience. And again, that's based on the data asset itself. start to also look at how secure is that data asset and where is it sitting and where is it residing. You know, I could talk probably a little bit further on that, but innovation is only going to permeate when it's in a controlled environment where you have full access and control to it, but you're also ensuring that it's providing value back to you. So that's sort of the beginning. And again, I can speak hours on this, but there are a lot of innovative companies that are leveraging AI to enable a lot of the traversing of that data, but it's also got to be reflected on that it's got to be stored closer to the user. And today, that user experience is through the mobile. In the future, it may not be that. It may be your algorithm will be doing this for you without you having to engage in that world in a physical sense. So, you know, think of the immersive experience environment being automated where you're no longer having to do all of that groundwork, and maybe like platforms like Expedia and others become essentially merchant ecosystem platforms which your AGI will go and start to traverse.
Thank you, Karen. Thank you very much. Chris, you work in a company you had a company that provide AI-driven marketing solutions. So could you give us a sense of the way in which health and safety considerations impact the decisions that the consumers make and how far they're embedded into your platforms?
Sure. And to lead on from your point, I think, you know, travel marketing now on the whole is a continuous loop. DMOs talk a lot about the difficulty of working with big data, implementing new technologies. Next year, 5 years' time, 3 years' time, whatever that looks like, DMOs who aren't speaking to their customers continuously 12 months a year, 365 days a year, unfortunately are going to lose market share. And I think the biggest shift that we've seen now is a move from, you know, very tactical-based, creative-driven campaigns for specific periods of time into just a more continued dialogue with your audience. I always like to think that everybody is always planning travel. You know, you might not be planning your next trip. You might be thinking about something you do in 5 years' time or 3 years' time. But as a destination, to win market share now, you have to be continuously speaking to your audiences. You know, a lot of the presentations today and a lot of people have spoken about big data, especially for DMOs, and big data and embracing new technology isn't the silver bullet. You know, for a lot of the time, these things are difficult to implement. They require resource, they require headcount, and I think now another shift we're seeing with DMOs specifically in this region is just more collaboration with stakeholders. You know, DMOs historically don't sit on a lot of first-party data, so you really have to work hard as a destination to try and ingest more data points into your, you know, into your data ecosystem, and then use that to try and reach your customers. So I think that, yeah, the biggest shift now that we're seeing is just a lot more collaboration, both from the DMO downwards with stakeholders, but also, you know, hotels, attraction companies, DMCs being more willing to share that data, and being more willing to share that data in a way that's actually usable, and DMOs can use that to, you know, whether it's fueling things like predictive analytics, whether it's using that data to find new customers. I think that collaboration is going to be really key as we move forwards. In the future, and it's been really nice to see hotels, especially and airlines, embracing that data sharing sort of ecosystem a bit more, and really empowering DMOs to do more with data, you know, 12 months of the year.
Thank you.
Always.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you very much. So when we talk about health and safety, very often, of course, the word that comes first is regulation. States tend to regulate heavily in this field, and one could argue that they are always lagging in terms of reacting to what the private sector is doing. Would you like each of you to offer us your own perspective about this, the role of regulation and how it's impacting health and safety? And we'll start with you, Rian, again, because you have the global picture, and then we'll narrow it down to the region and to the role that tech sees in state government regulation.
Sure. So travel is a force of good when we're talking about, you mentioned in your earlier speech that the relationship between travel and tourism and the GDP, But before we talk about GDP, that when people travels, it's broaden our horizon. It strength our ties between the people between race and religion. And when we think of a travel and tourism in Expedia, that uh, our main focus is empower the people to travel everywhere in any part of the world and also help the ecosystem. What I mean by that, in the previous discussion, what both Chris and Carl mentioned, that when we think of a DMO or when we think of a Sharjah Travel and Tourism for Authority, or when we think of a company like Expedia, it's really, I feel that if we work together, it's a win-win-win for all three. What I mean by that, today, travelers want to have a safe and seamless experience. When they travel, when they go out with their friends or with their family, they want to make the booking, they want to feel safe, they want to feel secure, and they want to enjoy their time. What's critical for here is that how the ecosystem plays the role. That we talked about the DMO. The DMO has some information which the OTA industry doesn't have, like they knows what type of event happens in a local environment, what kind of a cultural event happened, what kind of the people with the demography attend that session, and they know what's coming. The OTA industry, think of Expedia, we have more than 150 million like loyalty customer that who we know that what they travel, what they like to do when they book. So if we can take what the DMO has, what we know as that as per the data-driven company, tech company, we know that what people want. And if we can merge this together, that's a win-win-win for the consumer, for the travelers. It's a win for the local authority, the DMO, and all the OT industry. So going back to Chris's point is that the sharing of data, the sharing of information is important while protecting individual privacy. So as this industry grow, that is very critical that we have to make the experience for the traveler seamless and effortless. We have to create the environment which is economically beneficial for the local authority and the DMO, and as a overall the OTA, the airlines player. So it's not one versus other. I feel that the more closer the different players in the industry work, the more safeguarded data people start sharing, it will be better for the consumer, it will be better for the industry.
Thank you. Tamer, what's your view about regulation?
First, you have to know one thing, it's a very important. It's more than 95% of the service providing by private sector. So we know private sector, they're looking for to make their profit. One, two, today I'm going to share with you a little bit, small story about what's happening in Saudi Arabia. And last year, we achieved more than 109 million tourists coming to Saudi Arabia. And we today the largest country investing in tourism worldwide is Saudi Arabia. We create more than 10 DMOs organization in our destination, and a lot of tourists they're coming to Saudi Arabia with different background, different culture, different perspective about the destination. So we're trying to share the data or to make an initiative to share the data with the private sector and the companies, example, hotels, the transportation company, airports, etc. So the Ministry of Tourism there make online platform. You can go any time to get the data online, who's coming to Riyadh, who's coming to Al Ula, who's coming to other cities within Saudi Arabia. So that data share the age, the background, the culture, all they are looking for, I mean the tourists, what they are looking for in these destinations, so that can assist or can help the private sector to provide better information. On the other hand, the Ministry of Tourism, they make the standard or the country standards in terms of health and safety in the destination, because it's very important. Some of the destination, it's dangerous. So we have to make sure when the tourists come, they have a safe trip to our destination. And as you know, always we said people never
forget if something happened to them in terms of their health and safety. If they have a late checkout or they miss the flight, maybe after 5-10 years they will forget what they happened. But if something happened to them in terms of health and safety, they will never forget it in the future. So we're trying to make sure what they will have a safer trip within Saudi Arabia. And today, for example, in terms of hotels and hospitality companies who provide the service, they're trying to share what they think, what we can they do in terms of the standard to make the trip safe, and they're working together in workshops and meeting the government who is responsible about the safety, for example, Ministry of Health, so they can make the standard together and they can apply it in the successful way.
Thank you. Chris, as a private person in the private sector, what do you think of regulation?
So, from my perspective, I think DMOs need to, or governments need to make safety a tangible asset that they can use in their marketing of the destination. You know, I think about my own personal travel experiences. If I'm Googling, you know, safety in country X, the first couple of links are probably going to be Reddit, maybe a TripAdvisor forum. There's lots of information out there, and I think traditionally, if you've had a good or a bad experience in travel, you tend to write about, or with safety, you tend to write about it. So I think first of all, it's the responsibility of DMOs and governments to really take note of what people are actually saying in these forums and on these social platforms, and address that and do something publicly to address that. So just this morning, I was reading about a taxi scam in Azerbaijan, which is targeting people from the Indian subcontinent. Very specific scam in Azerbaijan. You know, that is an opportunity for the government or the DMO to address this and turn it into something actionable that they can market and show that they are doing something to tackle real safety problems in a destination. I think, unfortunately, you know, the guide you get from an OTA when you book something, or your own government's foreign, you know, for me it's the FCO in the UK, you know, those are cookie cutter descriptions of what safety looks like in a specific country. I personally feel countries need to leverage what's actually going on and turn it into something kind of actionable that they can use in their marketing to show their country is actually safe, or if there are elements that are not safe, or travelers are not having a good experience, that they are addressing those real issues head on, not just talking in sort of generic terms about safety. That's my personal opinion.
Thank you.
So it looks like I'm gonna round up with inclusion of what everyone said, but I'll add to that the flavor of regulation in a sandbox environment. If you start to think of the inflection point between travel and tourism to an economy, it's certainly an economic stimulus which activates an entire ecosystem behind it. And it's not just in terms of the physical ecosystem, there's also the digital ecosystem. But if you can create perhaps a travel/tourist data sandbox, you can start to bring the regulators with the data owners, and some of those are government entities, some of those are health authorities, some of those are the actual economic development departments, and obviously the various tourism ecosystem players like airlines and others. And you can start to then innovate within that closed data sandbox. You can then start to look at use cases. Some of those use cases may relate to the travel experience. Others may relate to specifically around safety mechanisms. Others more specifically around reward mechanisms for sharing your data and what context that sharing of data may be like. So as I mentioned a little bit earlier, there's various elements of data sharing that can take place. I mean, I'm involved in many areas around AI policy and sort of think tank working groups. And we're even looking at models beyond just the standard way of looking at AI, not just from a large language model integration, but looking beyond that in terms of autonomous agents that will start to represent us in the digital world, and what that may mean in terms of efficiency of time. Because remember, the currency that we're all going through is time. A lot of us underestimate that it's the value of getting back physical time, which then allows you to go and become a tourist, travel, have more family time to go out and experience things, which we're all after. To do that,
having a closed mechanism where you can work closely with the policymakers and the regulators and then start to innovate clear use cases in each of those areas, I think that's a priority.
Thank you. Thank you very much. There is an issue that is always of concern to the end consumer, which is privacy. And at the moment, there seems to be countries that are, or regions like the EU, which are moving very decisively in terms of protecting privacy, regulating a lot, and others which do less so. Do you have any thoughts on that? Can you tell us how privacy affects the development of your digital platforms and whether it's a consideration when we talk about tourism and health and safety? Who'd like to address this issue?
So the question is how pricing affects people's decisions in terms of...
Are privacy considerations an impediment or not? Are they an impediment in terms of integrating the consumer experience on digital platforms or not? Or maybe depending where you are.
I see it sort of, I mean, pricing, if you're a tourist making a decision for a destination, the experience that you're talking about in terms of the cost of that experience has to be factored into the return on value to you, right? And so the return on value it depends on who you are and what your persona is. If your persona is an individual tourist versus a family tourist, you're going to make decisions differently on price, right? But ultimately, I think it all goes back down to two things. One is there's a seasonal adjustment. So seasonally, families travel at various times. And there's also the angle of, what is the experience at the end of the day that you're going to go and get yourself exposed to. On both fronts, you're sharing data. You're sharing data with the airline to travel there. You're sharing data with the hotels when you arrive. If all of that is going to give you back some kind of a return, and it could be a discounted return, in one destination for another, that I would imagine that destination which is providing that return is probably a digitalized city. It's probably more than likely going to have world-class infrastructure, and it's probably more than likely going to have world-class safety infrastructure, which will make my decision if I'm getting a return where the value and the cost of that is built back into my family experience or my personal experience easier. And I think those cities that open the data for the reward mechanism, lowering that cost element, where the value of the experience is higher than the perceived value of the cost, then you'll always choose the value of the experience above all.
Thank you very much. Would anybody else like to address the issue of privacy and digitization? No? No, it's okay. Yeah. So we have 6 minutes left. This seminar has to do with what's coming in the next 6 years. We're talking about 2030. So in the remaining 6 minutes, 1 minute half, each of you, could you tell us what are the most critical developments that are going to affect this issue of digitalization and safety in the coming years?
Sorry, the question again. Because really we are facing security.
We can't hear. Well, we have an issue with the mic. It's
1 minute to summarize what you are.
All right. I agree.
Okay.
I got it.
So who would like to start?
So what really matters as we think of the travelers, that everything is started with the travelers, that when we look into travelers, we surveyed millions of people. What came very clear is that effortless and safety and security is number one. Like you talk about very luxury travel, or you talk about budget travels, that people want to make sure that they can do everything from their phone. More than 50% people want to do their research, do their booking, everything from their phone. So when we talk about platform technology, digitalization, all this matters. But what really matters is make it seamless and effortless for the end user to do what they want to do from their phone. That is very paramount. Number two, what we found is that the payment matters, and the seamless payment is very, very critical for success, for the growth. What I mean by that, there is some part of the world where Apple Pay is the default payment. Some part of the world, Google Pay, some part Alipay, and some part still likes to pay by credit card. When we made the payments platform available as per the preference for the geography of the people, we see that that really helps people. People, it might cost you 20-second more or 30-second more, but if there is Apple Pay, and if there is no Apple Pay available, they have to enter credit card, that's a barrier for people. People does not feel like that's effortless service. So when it comes to effortless service, it's from the search to the payment, all the through, we want to make it easier and seamless for the people. And the last part, what's really critical, you mentioned in your presentation earlier, is that embracing the digitalization and AI. People used to search that, okay, I want to go to Europe. What are the top 10 destinations? Last 12 months, we're seeing changing in pattern. People just doesn't search, okay, give me the top 10 destination in Europe. People are saying, okay, I want to go to Europe. Give me an itinerary for 5 days. We have integrated the AI chat GPT in our platform where you can write theory that, okay, I want to go to Japan, give me an itinerary for 5 days. So people want more customized, personalized input. So that helps them make their travel better and seamless. So I will go back to the first word I used, that effortless and seamless is becoming the part of the travel. We need to make the platform easier. We need to make the app user friendly, and we need to make sure that that app helps people to do end to end, so people has a good and better and enriched experience. Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan. Tamer.
It's fabulous talk, Mr. Rehan, and I agree with you totally. But we have to know something. In tourism, service is intangible. Okay, the tourist, the traveler, they can own things. They just own their experience. It's perfect to have apps. It's fabulous to have easy and simple platforms and digital website. But we have to focus in the interaction between people and the local community and the traveler when they come. How can we make unforgettable experience for the tourist and traveler without interaction? I know all of the countries today going to make smart airports with no interaction with the people who are working there and even during the trips. So how can we make sure there is an interaction, not during the website or during the apps, but during the visit in the site, so we can make the experience is different, makes the experience enjoyable for them, and having the word of mouth, having or telling other people, the closer friends, to come to visit that place again. It's we have to provide the apps, we have to provide all of these digital things, but on the other hand, I think we must making sure there is people working there, there is interaction between people, so we can provide our cultures, all our cultural elements, so intangible or tangible, to tourists and visitor to our places.
Thank you, Chris.
Conscious of time, so I think for as a closing point for me, just going back to data, how can you use the experience of your last visitor to improve the experience of your next visitor to your destination? So what I mean by that is, how can you collect data on what a person has done or what a traveler has done in your destination? How do you use that data to understand how to improve the next traveler's visit to your country? And that comes, in my opinion, from the DMO not stopping their work when somebody comes through the turnstiles at the airport, but it's that continued communication, that continued marketing to a customer until they leave the country as well. And I think that's probably, for me, the gap at the moment that needs to change, is continuing that loop.
Thank you. Tom?
Yeah, echoing everyone again. Maybe a term I could probably use is travel inclusion. And the reason is because it is all about the physical experience. Absolutely. That's the reason why you travel, to experience new cultures, to meet people, to understand how economies work. And I think a big part of that is if I can drive friction out of my world in terms of the experience pre-travel to get to that destination, and give me back some of that time to then go and really experience the travel destination. That's the key. You don't want to be sitting there when you arrive at the hotel, trying to figure out where you want to go and why you want to go. A lot of those decisions can be preempted, automated. Maybe you'll end up having your own personal AI algorithm that will be a tourism and travel algorithm that represents your interests. And potentially that'll probably end up engaging with platforms out there. And I think that's probably what we're going to go to. We're going to have a digital representation of us, but it's all about to enable us to have the physical experience on the ground and to be able to engage with cultures and spend more time there.
Thank you very much. So our time is up, and let's give our distinguished panelists a big round of applause. Thank you.
I would like to thank first Mr. Terry Malred. You are amazing also on MC, by the way. صفقوا له يستاهل التحية والله. غلبنا. أشكر المتحدثين جميعا السادة، شكرا لإضافتكم القيمة في هذه الجلسة. Thank you so much. وضيوفنا الكرام، تسرنا دعوة نائب رئيس الإيرادات لمنطقة أوروبا والشرق الأوسط. Thank you so much. شكرا. في أوروبا والشرق الأوسط وأفريقيا لدى شركة أدارا السيد نيكموت لتقديم عرضه حول فهم تأثير الوجهات السياحية. فليتفضل. Most welcome.
Hello. Good. You hear? Can you guys hear? Perfect. There you go. Good afternoon. I want to start just before by saying a huge thank you to the government of Sharjah, Ministry of Tourism, the organisers, who've done a brilliant job as well. I'm just super excited and humbled to be asked to present today, share my thoughts. What we're going to be talking about a little bit more today is we've spoken a lot today about innovation, about AI, about automation, about technology. But I'm sitting here listening to all of that, which is all fantastic, but how did destinations actually understand the economic impact of using all of that automation, using all of that technology that's available? So I'm going to talk a little bit about how do we measure the tools that we use to actually really understand true economic impact. Okay, before I do though, this is me. Okay, this is me and my family. We were due to be here 5 years. 13 years later and 2 children later, we're still here, which, I'm incredibly privileged and honored and humbled to, for my children to call the UAE home. And what a 13 years it's been, honestly. We've just seen and been part of seeing this region grow, and it's just been so exciting to be part of the UAE in those last 13 years. And more importantly, I worked out the other day, just as a family, let alone my business travel, but just as a family, we've traveled from the UAE to 15 different countries in those 13 years, 20 different cities, right? I just worked this out on the way over. And the reason why I tell you that is important is because the UAE and this region is the perfect crossroads between Europe and Asia. My children, for sure, had we have lived in the UK where I'm from originally, we would never have experienced that. So from a destination perspective, that makes this a huge and exciting opportunity as the central hub for travelers. I think now we're all accepting, right, that the UAE now is pretty much the central hub for long-haul travel. And to me, that's just the most fantastic and exciting opportunity that there is. Why am I telling you all this? I'm telling you this because in this world of digitization and automation, we must not forget as destinations and brands that there are still real people and real emotions that are being evoked and real behaviors behind all of this technology. And we must as destinations not forget, okay, to isolate the emotion and the experience of what we're using from a technology perspective. Okay, so very quickly, I'm going to talk about tech versus brand. Where do we focus, right? We've spoken a lot about technology today, but let's not forget about the brand. What is that dilemma today for destinations between the two? What do we focus more on? What do we invest more on? What is the role that data and measurement tools can play in that? And then give you a few solutions off the back of that. So let's jump into it. There is no mistake that we're in the middle of an experience revolution, right? I think everybody's spoken about that today, not just from a real perspective, but also from a virtual perspective, right? How we're consuming, planning, experiencing travel is at our fingertips. We're super, super experience rich, okay, which is fantastic. It's bringing back that personalization of why we use technology. However, it does also create a bit of a dilemma for destinations as well. And that dilemma is that these people are time poor, okay? We have less time because we have whatever we need at our fingertips. So our ability to be able to talk to the right person at the right time is a much smaller and shorter window. So we have to use the data and the technology that is available today to ensure that we're speaking to the right person at the right time, that we capture and we're able to then influence and inspire them, okay? Because that's why we travel, and let's not forget that. So what comes first, technology or the brand, okay? And here's a question for you that I was thinking of on the way over today. Is it technology that's evolving, right, to the different needs of consumers? Or is it the consumer needs that are changing because of the technology that is enabled? And that's an interesting thought for anyone out there today. Is it the technology or is it the brand? What is changing? Are consumers' needs changing? And is technology being developed for that? Or in fact, is it the other way around? Is the technology actually changing the way that we travel? It's an interesting thought. I don't know the answer, by the way, but let's look at the known. The known is that tech is tangible, right? Technology is tangible. We use it, we feel it, we can see it. We put it on our heads, we wear it on our arms. We know that technology is tangible. But how do we define a brand today? Well, a brand's not a logo. It's not a product, right? So what is a brand? How do we define a brand? A brand to me is the gut feeling, okay? A brand is how it makes someone feel. How do we feel inside when we consume that product or feel that brand, okay? I love this quote. A brand is, I'm going to read it because I can't remember it. A brand is defined by the people that want to consume that brand and not defined by the companies, boards, or markets that run it, okay? It's ultimately not what the brand says it is, but what the person, the consumer, thinks it is, right? So with all this tech out there, I want us to remember, let's use that technology to enhance experiences, enhance emotions, real emotions. That's why we travel. Okay, so it's important that we build an identity, right? It's important that destinations, most importantly, build identities. And here's a real sort of classic story that I hope you don't mind if I can spend a couple of minutes talking to you about. Everybody on the left knows what that logo is, right? It's Coca-Cola. It's the #1 fizzy soft drink in the world, right? Coke and Pepsi are fighting. Fanta, however, came into the market 20, 30 years ago, right? And they were like, we're not going to knock off Pepsi or Coke. There's no chance. It's impossible. So we have to build our own identity. They very smartly built their own identity as the #1 orange fizzy flavored drink in the world. And I'm sure if we did a panel now of everybody, you'd probably, if I said to you, what's the #1 soft drink in the world, you'd say Pepsi or Coke, right? #1 fizzy drink, you'd probably say Fanta. So it's a smart way of how we have to start building our identities to ensure that we stay ahead or we compete. And hey, look, you know, Destinations are doing it as well, right? Remember we were talking about experience rich and time poor from the people that they're talking to? These guys are spending huge amounts of money everywhere, right, to gain your attention every day. And it is difficult. It is difficult to do it because how do we actually measure it? This is a scary stat at the bottom, right? I was shocked by this when I saw this stat. Data shows that 89% of consumers are willing to leave a brand over one experience. 89%. This is going back to this experience rich, time poor, yeah? We don't like something, it's gone. But think about if 89% would leave a brand after a bad experience, think how much they then on social media, they were talking about it on the panel earlier, how much social media can then influence thousands of other people with that bad experience, yeah? So with the stakes so high, how are DMOs measuring how successful their digital brand identity truly is? So what role can measurement play in helping destinations through this minefield? Well, if we look at what's available today, when we talk about digital marketing, it's a bit fluffy, it's a bit flaky. They talk about click-through rates and likes and video views. I don't even really know what they mean. Like if I'm the CMO or CEO of a brand and I'm CEO of a destination, I don't know what that is. I genuinely don't know what that is. Then we actually look at economic impact. You do have some really great research tools out there, but they don't tend to be connected to the money that you spend, right? So you're spending money on digital brand, but we're not actually seeing that translate to how well that works because all of these platforms are disconnected to your marketing efforts. So here's a couple of tools to consider, right? First one is brand lift, okay? Talking about the emotion, talking about the feeling. How do we measure how someone feels about your brand? How can we measure that? Well, at Adara, we're able to help you do that. We're able to identify and measure how people feel about your brand and give you some fantastic insights on that. In addition to that, which is kind of our award-winning platform, we have Adara Impact that measures the actual economic impact. So going back to clicks and likes and views, which I don't really know what they mean, we would like to know, I've spent this amount of money, how many people are actually coming to my destination from the money that I've spent? How long are they staying? What's their length of stay? What's their average daily rate? Is my marketing efforts and my brand messaging actually influencing what's happening in my destination? I'm going to play a very quick video, and I know I'm almost out of time, so sorry, but we've got a couple of minutes. I'm hoping there's no, okay, so I'll talk through this because there's no voiceover. I'm very, very happy to take people through this, but as a marketeer, you want to know what's going on, right? There is a voiceover, so apologies for that. We have lots and lots of people that are going to various flights and different hotels. But nobody really knows, or no one's actually tracking who's searching where and who's doing what, okay? So Adara's Impact is able to track spend, site visitation, bookings, everything into actual destination, down to a monetary perspective. We're able to look at both your site and we're able to look at the wider ecosystem. So we're able to provide to you actual real economic impact. So when you now go to your C-suites, you're able to sit there and give a very defined view of how well your brand messaging is working. And it will give you actual numbers.
Rates and visits to better inform your marketing priorities. Whether you want to know your destination's top origin markets,
we'll come back to that later.
That help to
It just the music just came on, but we'll move on. So kind of just to wrap up a little bit around brand and measurement, right? Which is what Adara do. Thinking about destination intelligence, you want to be able to use real-time lift analytics, right? To help build your brand identity in a safe and compliant way. Adara can help you do that. You want to be able to hold the vendors that you use and the partners that you work with, you want to be able to hold them accountable and know who's working where and when. And are they actually influencing economic impact into your region? You want to be able to use that tool and use the tools available to plan more effectively. And then finally, prove your destination effectively with actual metrics. That something means something to your C-suites, right? Rather than clicks, likes, and shares. So today, Adara can help with what you know. We can also give you a whole load of additional other information as well. I like quotes, so I'm going to end with a quote. Oh, sorry. And that quote is, if I had 8 hours to chop down a tree, I'd spend the first 6 hours sharpening the axe, right? And it's quite a famous quote from an ex-president. I like this just because what I'm trying to tell you here very simply is, let's spend the time to research. Let's spend the time to work with partners that are actually able to help you and work with your objectives. And we're in a position to give you exactly what you need from a measurement perspective. You do that, you spend the time and you invest the time in doing that, the rest of it becomes easy from a brand perspective. Thank you.
Thank you so much Mr. Nick Mott. شكرا جزيلا. السيدات والسادة، والآن ندعو السيد كريم المرمري مدير إدارة التسويق في هيئة الإنماء التجاري والسياحي بالشارقة ليقدم لنا رؤيته لاستدامة الشارقة من الرؤية إلى التطبيق وعرض المحطات الجديدة للتميز السياحي في الشارقة، فليتفضل مشكورا.
Your Highness, Your Excellencies, our distinguished guests, a year ago I stood here before you, introducing to you Sustain Sharjah as a project. It was something that we envisioned as a change-maker organization within the industry. Today, I'm proud to share with you exciting updates of milestones that we've achieved and a very important week in the history of Sustain Sharjah. Before we start with the updates that we have, it's always good to take a step back and reflect on why we're doing this, the importance of sustainability. Today, sustainability is not only about saving our planet, it's also about economic growth, catering to our travelers' preferences, the ability to create more jobs, and also conserving our biodiversities, and of course, achieving operational efficiencies. As you can see here, UAE reported 25% increase in GDP contribution from sustainable tourism initiatives only from ecotourism and cultural tourism projects. Also, we can see that from coral reef tourism alone, $36 billion have contributed to marine biodiversity restoration projects within the industry. Of course, also operational efficiency is very important for hotels. As you can see, adopting renewable energy can reduce your consumption, your energy consumption by 30%, which is, you can add that in terms of USD value. So when we started last year, we wanted to introduce the platform to the industry and also provide insights and data from what we've done with our pilot project. So this is what led our second phase of the project, where we introduced the AI travel sustainable tourism assistant, because it was something that we've identified a gap within the industry. We know people want to be sustainable, but they don't know how. We know that organizations are trying to adopt more sustainability practices, but it was also not possible with the resources they have. That's why we partnered with Ubuntu, providing the industry with the world's largest sustainable tourism and environmental solutions in the world. Also, this is a solution that would enable them to get real-time solutions for their challenges, and also in more than 40 languages. It's also considered to be a crowdsourcing hub where all our partners can also contribute to the journey by providing solutions, initiatives, also success stories, and all what makes it stand out than other OpenAI solutions is that it avoids AI hallucinations, basically. So it's all the material is expertly vetted and under sustainability experts and consultants. What I mentioned this week is very important for us because it marks two important announcements I'll get to now, but it also includes our first industry-wide onboarding program. From tomorrow until Thursday, we will have sessions from 9 to 12 for all of our industry partners who to get them familiar with the Sustain Sharjah platform, with our carbon calculation, and to get them to start their sustainability journey. I urge all of our hoteliers and partners, if you have missed on the registrations, to please scan the QR code and get registered for the sessions. So the first announcement, and it's something that you may have witnessed an hour ago when our chairman, His Excellency Khalid Jassim Al-Midfa, signed an MOU for the initiation of a carbon reduction project with our partners at AOS, Arada, and our consultant Seagoing Green. Basically, we focused on we wanted to introduce to the industry the forced carbon reduction project that aims into reducing the carbon emissions from the hospitality sector by adopting food waste management initiatives and composting. These reductions will be converted into carbon credits tracked and sold using a blockchain technology that is created by our own American University of Sharjah. The objectives of this project is very simple. We want to reduce food waste, huge food waste within the hospitality industry. We want to promote the circular economy by turning waste into valuable resources. And we want to generate and sell verified carbon credits transparently via a verified blockchain technology. The consortium that we've created this MOU through will create a comprehensive system for food waste recovery and composting, turning waste into resources that can be reused in agriculture. This initiative closes the loop. Hotels will eventually be able to purchase and serve local produce grown using compost that is coming from their own food waste. If you can see here the potential impact, this is a very shy calculation based on our number of hotels and hotel beds and the food waste per room per day. And you can see that it could save up to 1,800 tons of carbon annually. This is equivalent to about growing 30,000 trees every year and leaving them to grow for 10 years without being disturbed. So you can imagine the impact that we can have on the industry year on year. The second announcement that we are having today is that the introduction of our Sustainable Tourism Award. Within the UAE, there is a lot of sustainability awards, but they all cater to other sectors. While this award is catering to the tourism and hospitality sector, we wanted to recognize the efforts, and we wanted to incentivize our partners to adopt our practices. The award matters because it will help us highlight our industry and our partners' efforts, and it will also help us shed light on all of those initiatives. We wanted to tie this closely to the Sustain Sharjah platform. So to be eligible and to be part of the award category, you have to earn at least 60 points within the sustainability journey on Sustain Sharjah. Once you get to that threshold, you are eligible to participate and be part of the Sustainability Tourism Awards that I will share with you also the categories at the moment. You would be able to apply to any of the 4 awards categories that we have here, but you will only be eligible to win one based on how deserving you are based on your submission. Of course, this is something that we will be providing a lot more details on in the coming period, and also we will be shedding light on it during our workshops. but we are planning for this to be rewarded within the next cycle of SITTF, and the registrations will be open in the industry for the industry from February 2025. The categories, as you can see here, is the green community leader, hotel leader, nature leader, and heritage leader. And we wanted to recognize from these awards, from these categories, the individual efforts and also the organizational efforts of the industry. And this is, and of course, this is all based on our 6 sustainable strategy pillars, and all inspired from our Sustain Sharjah platform. I thank you so much for being here today, and I hope to see you again in our next forum. Thank you.
بسم الله. حفلنا الكريم، نصل لختام جلساتنا اليوم لنناقش أهمية موائمة المعايير الصحية العالمية مع أفضل الممارسات المحلية لضمان أعلى مستويات سلامة المسافرين، والتي شاركنا فيها كل من الدكتورة مريم آل علي رئيس مختبر الأغذية من إدارة المختبرات المركزية في بلدية الشارقة، السيدة جوديث رافاس سنجادي مدير سلامة الغذاء والنظافة فندق أتلانتس دبي most welcome، والسيد إد كاستلي نائب رئيس المبيعات الدولية رابط المطاعم الوطنية بالمعهد التعليمي الأمريكي للفنادق والإقامة، والسيد بشير يوسف خبير سلامة الغذاء في بلدية دبي، والسيد فادي مشرفي المدير العام لمجموعة فنادق موفنبيك نوفتل أداغيو وبولمن. كما أدعو السيد تيري مالريت الخبير الاقتصادي والاستراتيجي الذي سيدير جلستنا الحوارية اليوم، فليتفضلوا جميعا مشكورين.
Good afternoon, and a very warm welcome to this last session before lunch, which is going to go into more details about health protocols and best practices in terms of ensuring the safety of travelers. of tourism. Like during the last session, I'm going to ask each of you, if I may, to give us a sense of where do you think we stand in terms of observing health protocols and best practices. So each from a different perspective, and quite quickly, if you can. We'd like to start with you, Judith.
Thank you for giving this opportunity to talk about our experience in Dubai regarding ensuring food safety. I think we have challenges now today they say 15 million people visited UAE hotels. With all these 15 millions who are coming with different backgrounds, we have to ensure that they will be our ambassadors. So we have to have 15 million ambassadors who will talk positively about the experience in the UAE. And then there is another statistics which say 89% of the people will leave a brand if they have one bad experience. So we wanted to make sure that these people get the best opportunity to get safe food.
Thank you. Judith.
Thank you. From my perspective, coming from a hospitality background, health and safety protocols are extremely important. We rely, or our business relies on visitors coming in, and the decision for people to come and visit your property or an area in general is mostly based on how safe and secure they would be. And after COVID happened, I think most travelers became very conscious about health. And it actually is something that's very important for most hospitality operators to ensure that guests are confident and will visit their properties.
Thank you. Mariam?
Obviously, after the impact of COVID-19, the behavior of tourists has drastically changed. And I do believe that the current state requires that we shift from the traditional ways of campaigning on promoting tourism to the more modern ways to promote tourism by reassuring people of what each country is doing in order to maintain the health and safety of tourists. There are a lot of initiatives that are implemented by governmental bodies, whether on the federal or the local levels, and there are effective partnerships between the public and the private sector as well. And what we need right now is to focus more on one of the aspects that was mentioned in the earlier sessions, which is the communication between people. Digital platforms are there, resources are there, but the focus on reassurance for people should be on our top list of priorities.
Thank you so much. Fatih.
Good afternoon. Please allow me first to thank Sharjah Tourism Authority for their kind invitation and for their efforts in advancing and supporting the tourism sector. Thank you so much. I'm happy as well today to share some insights regarding health and safety from my journey in hospitality. Actually, there is a lot of best practices that we have implemented in our properties. I'm talking about hotels with the collaboration with health and safety entities and divisions in the government as well. For me, actually, all the required standards are being met from the hotel and from the government perspective. When I talk about government and health and safety entities, I'm talking about trainings, I'm talking about certificates, I'm talking about audits, I'm talking about inspections. However, always we should keep in mind that we need as hoteliers, as in the hospitality sector, to find the balance between the guest comfort and applying all those procedures and protocols.
Thank you so much. Ed.
Hi, thank you. So happy to be here. This is my first time in Sharjah. I'm so embarrassed to say this because I came to Dubai 30 plus times, but finally made it to your beautiful state. So very honored to be here. So looking at my notes, the consensus today seems to be about providing seamless, safe, and inclusive opportunity to travelers and workers in the industry, but not enough emphasis have been put when it comes to the workforce itself. A couple of weeks ago, I attended a ministerial summit in London at World Travel Markets, and WTTC reported that by the end of the year, 350 million workers will be employed in the industry. In 10 years, 100 million more. So this definitely adds to our responsibility to protect the travelers, but also to protect the employees that work in our industry to make their place safe and their well-being as well.
Thank you so much. And since we are talking about protocols and measures and regulation, can you tell us whether there are some global standards that are being followed, or it's up to each region to implement what it thinks is best for the customers? Who would like to address this question?
Sorry. Yes, allow me to answer this actually. Always there is international standards talking about health and safety protocols. We need to follow the international standards. Also, there is systems that should be in place, like the HACCP, like the ISO 22000, followed by proper actually audits to ensure the compliance. However, based on the health crisis, let's say, God forbid, definitely we will be like deciding on certain protocols that will manage each and every crisis and each and every difficulty we are facing in the health and safety sector. So international standards should be there, international systems should be there. However, based on each and every challenge that we are facing, definitely there's a lot of certain measures and protocols that will apply in certain hotels, cannot be applied in others.
Thank you. Judith, would you like to say a word about this?
Yes, I think apart from following the international standards, it would also be beneficial to follow the local regulations. I would give an example for Dubai. The Dubai Food Code is it's a well-structured code that gives hospitality or tour operators more or less standards or guidelines that they can use to implement safety protocols, especially when it comes to food safety. So that incorporated with international standards like ISO, as he mentioned, gives you a very good plan to combat any issues that arise as health and safety issues.
Anybody else? Yeah, Bashir?
Yes, I think also in addition to that, we have in Dubai what we call PIC, person in charge, who is the contact point between the establishment and the Dubai municipality. He will be our inspector in the facility. So he'll apply all the regulations that are mandated by Dubai. Also, I think in Sharjah also they have Sharjah Food Safety Program, which is also similar to maybe the person in charge which is applied in Dubai.
Thank you. Yes, Mariam.
To add up to the previous point about food safety program, as I mentioned earlier, the federal and local governments are investing heavily in implementing initiatives that ensures the health and safety of consumers. And one big example of that is the establishment of food safety programs that changes the behavior of food handlers in order to enlist in them a better understanding of how to follow good hygiene practices and how to maintain, implement proper risk management and risk assessment protocols. And the story behind the example that was mentioned, which is Sharjah Food Safety Program, has actually paved the way to recognizing Sharjah city as a healthy city in the MENA region. because of the positive results of implementing such behavior and knowledge changing programs. So we are now fortunate enough to have Sharjah city as a healthy city, the first of its kind in the MENA region. And just recently, the Executive Council of the Emirate of Sharjah has approved the expansion of this initiatives to become a network of healthy cities within the Emirate of Sharjah. So the positive impacts of such health-focused initiatives will tremendously have a good impact on encouraging tourism and travels, and increasing also the good impact on the economy of the city and the country as a whole.
Thank you very much. And I have a question for the two of you, if I may, because you represent the public authorities in this room. And we heard both from Judith and Fadi the extent to which hotels take great care in following protocols and regulations. But who checks the extent to which this is being properly done by the private sector? How is it done? Can you give us a sense of how the observance of these regulations, rules, protocols, ISO, whatever it may be, are being applied and checked?
So talking on about the bigger perspective here, which is the recognition of Sharjah as a healthy city, this is actually a collaboration with the World Health Organization, and it's also a collaboration between the local entities within Sharjah government, where all the resources are properly allocated, and there is collaboration and dedication in order to invest in the infrastructure of the city and provide better services to residents of the city itself, to address all the social, economic, and environmental concerns that are related mainly to improving the health and well-being and improving the quality of life of the residents. So this is from the, let's say, the global perspective. When it comes to the local governments within the UAE, each local government has its dedicated entities that supervise the implementation of the initiative. So for example, we're talking about the government of Dubai municipality, or the government of Sharjah municipality. The food safety programs that are implemented by the municipal bodies, the main target of them is to ensure that food handlers adopt the best practices when it comes to health and safety, and to make sure that the services that are provided to customers, whether being the local residents or tourists that are coming visiting the country from outside, those services are of the highest level of compliance. The behavior of the food handlers is following the best practices according to international standards. So all those programs and initiatives are actually based on the best practices that are implemented internationally. So the regulatory bodies are in charge of following up and making sure that the programs are properly implemented. And the idea of having such programs is not just to enforce laws and regulations. The whole idea is to change behavior, is to enhance the knowledge. Because if you change the core beliefs of people, that will be automatically reflected on their behavior. And when you sustain that behavior for a long time with proper guidance and supervision, this will have a big impact on the long run, and it will definitely improve the health and safety and well-being of consumers within the city.
Thank you very much. Would you like to add anything else?
Yes, I think in addition to that, like especially in Dubai, we have more than 26,000 establishments. It's not easy for us to monitor all of this by our own staff. So that's why we have a system of audition or auditing by certified companies, which are also accredited by IAC, which is Emirates International Accreditation Center. So we are involving the private sector in the process. So because we think the food safety is not one body's job, it is a shared responsibility. Like all these entities are and the accreditation centers and the training centers and all of the people who are involved in the whole food chain will be responsible to ensure that safe food is provided for the public.
Yeah,
Yes, Ed.
I cannot agree more with my colleagues. I think to give a global perspective on the issue of football illnesses, today 600 million persons per year, 40% of which are children less than 5 years old, fall from eating something at a restaurant that was not properly controlled. So vigilance is key, and I cannot agree more when it comes to my colleague recommending training and certification. As a certifying body ourselves, we also collaborate with the World Health Organization for the past 30 years, and we're extremely proud to have done our share of training and certification since our Serve Safe program was used in about 100 countries, even here in UAE, to train 20 million people in food handling.
Thank you very much. I have a question for Judith and Fadi. As an uneducated traveler, I can decide to go anywhere in the world. It's up to me to make the decision. Can I expect that if I go to one of your hotels in any location around the world, the protocols, the standards will be identical or not? Just for us to understand a bit more the details of how this works.
Definitely, definitely. This is a very important question. Actually, working with operators, you have to follow the standards and you have to follow the protocols of the operator, okay? Like, let's say, let me give you an example, like Pullman Hotel and Resort, we are under the umbrella of Accor. So definitely Accor hotels worldwide, they do have their own standards, their own protocols, their own standard operating procedures and policies, how to deal. Okay, so definitely it's consistent among all hotels. However, talking about Pullman and the Emirates of Sharjah, also we need to follow the guidelines and the requirements from the municipality, from the health and safety sectors. So in this regards, yes, few things might change from one country to another, from one emirate to another. However, again, I'm gonna repeat myself that the international standards, the main standards, they are consistent among all hotels.
Thank you.
It's pretty much the same thing. We follow one standard that we've implemented across all the properties globally. However, depending on the location of the country and the governing body in that country, that specific hotel would need to follow the guidelines of that country. We use a general rule that if the laws in that country are less than the hotel requirement, then we follow the hotel requirement. But in countries where it's more strict, then we up our standard and not only implement it in the countries in that region, but then we implement it across. So in that way, we always improve our health and safety protocols or the standard that we follow.
Okay, so you both made the case, Fadi and Judith, that you have your global standards, even though some countries, regions, cities may impose some very stringent extra standards. So my question to all of you, quickly, is, are there some regions in which you can expect to be safer than others? Are there some regions in which safety standards are higher than elsewhere? If I go to Indonesia, India, Russia, the US, the UAE, am I expecting something different as a traveler or not?
Yes,
I'd like to
thank you.
To begin with this.
Sensitive question.
Is it a difficult question? Well, so it's a good question if it's difficult.
Actually, I'm happy to answer you, but I think it will fall under the same thing. So which country you expect to have more restrictions, which country you should expect, depending on the situation itself. Okay, like, are we talking about a normal situation? Like nowadays, if you want to go and to visit a hotel, an international hotel following international standard, no, I don't think that you will experience something different. But going back, and while we were managing the crisis during the pandemic, during Corona, definitely you will experience. You will experience that some hotels, they are having very high restrictions. Some countries are applying more rules and regulations than other countries. But to tell you which country is applying more restrictions, this I cannot answer you. I can tell you that we were doing our best to make sure that our guests are safe.
Yes, I would like to add on to that. I think UAE is placed in a very unique position where maybe a lot of the citizens or locals or people who are residing in this region are expatriates. And then also we receive a lot of visitors from different countries. So when inquiries are made onto what guidelines we implement in terms of health and safety, obviously we consider a lot of countries because we host a lot of different people. So what I've found as I travel to different countries, the implementation of health protocols in this region, particularly UAE, it's very diverse and it takes into consideration a lot of other protocols from other countries because we need to ensure that people who are traveling from these destinations feel safe. So if you would ask me, I would confidently say that the protocols in terms of health and safety and food safety in particular in UAE, they outdo most protocols in other countries because of that specific reason. We are taking a lot of influence from other protocols from other countries in order to make the guests who are coming from those countries feel safe.
I think
Yes, Bashir.
yeah, I think we have to take into consideration tourists will not only come to hotels, they'll go to other restaurants, they go for street foods. So I think when we analyze those kind of restaurants and street foods, I think maybe abroad there are more risky operations than when you have here in the UAE. But I agree, like hotels, maybe the standards would always be the same.
Okay, so my next question is a very precise one. You are all experts on this panel. I'm not an expert, but I read the newspapers. A month ago, I think it was about a month ago, the whole world knew about this food problem at McDonald's in the US. So my question to you, Ed, is I suspect the US has very stringent food standards. So how did that happen? And what the solution to be put into place so that it doesn't happen again? Because it's very damaging, right?
Absolutely.
To the brand.
Absolutely. As a brand and as an American, I can definitely tell you that we have stringent laws when it comes to food safety and food handling. In fact, several states mandate food safety training and certifications. But things happen. In the case of McDonald's recently with the E. coli outbreak was important. And what they had to do, to answer your question, is change their onion provider, because we need to remember the complexity of the food chain here, as we call it. It's farm to fork. So it's not about just how you handle food or cook the food or serve the food. It's what type of produce do you get at the beginning of the chain. So vigilance is key, again, from farm to fork.
Thank you very much. Thank you. We have about at half of the session. We have 25 minutes left, and I would like now to focus on the issue of digitalization technology. We heard this morning how critical it is, how important it is. So could you each of you give us a sense of how digitization is going to affect health and safety as we move forward? Is any progress being made in terms of health and safety thanks to digitization? Who would like to start? Yes, please, Mariam.
So obviously the impact of digitalization has reached so many different sectors. And when it comes to maintaining health and safety, it is essential that we consider the requirements of the current era, which is for any service provider, any regulatory body, any investor in the private sector, anyone who's interested in offering a service or a business, to consider how they can benefit or implement the digitalization tools to their privilege. So for example, now we've been talking as representatives of government bodies about the importance of inspections and the importance of observing whether or not the practices, the health and safety practices are properly implemented. Now, there is a need to shift from the traditional way of inspection and observation to the more modern way, which is to implement digital platforms and surveillance systems, for example, to reduce the amount of resources that are allocated for the site visits and the site inspections. And this is one of the priorities in all the regulatory bodies within the country. Now, to complement the infrastructure, the digital infrastructure that's currently being implemented, we need to look at the other end of the spectrum. We are doing what's required. We are doing our part. We are implementing those platforms and using those tools. But at the end of the day, we need to look into how we are leveraging the information that we are obtaining from those digital platforms and how those data, let's say, before they become informative facts, how those data can be utilized and could be used to inform the better decision making, to inform the continuous improvement of the current practices. So digitalization, artificial intelligence, the modern tools, they offer a great potential to transform the way that service providers are conducting their work. What we need right now is to properly understand the potential of those digital platforms and to use whatever resources we have, human resources, technological resources, even the regulations, the protocols, they all offer a potential for us to benefit from digitalization to improve the businesses and the regulatory work moving forward.
Thank you so much.
I think, yeah, in Dubai we have experience with a platform which is called Food Watch, which has lots of data points that we're able to have some trend analysis and make informed decisions regarding the violations or like hotspots in the city. Like we have a heat map where we can concentrate maybe on pest control, or maybe some food suppliers are maybe not to the standards, so we can go and scrutinize them more. So that platform is very essential for us, and now we are trying to also accommodate IoTs, like Internet of Things, in order to make sure that like we have monitoring for like the temperature, the relative humidity, and all kinds of things. Also, I think predictive modeling is very important to understand all the data, the big data and the blockchain. We can have these data points to predict the trends in the future, to be better prepared for any maybe crisis which could come.
Anybody else about digitization?
There's definitely no denying that digitization, we heard it today, can reduce inefficiencies, streamline operations. But one area that wasn't spoken about today is cyber attacks. One need to know that the tourism industry is the third most targeted industry by hackers globally. And what happened recently this year with MGM Resort, for example, hackers basically not only stole the data, but they encrypted it as well. Millions of guests' personal data, and MGM had to pay $100 million to get it back. There's so many other hotel chains that face the same thing. Omni Resorts, for example, in Europe. So ISO, for example, has a certification 27001 that the hotel industry definitely should look at, because it's not if a cyber attack will happen, it's when it will happen. As we're becoming more digital, we're also becoming much more fragile when it comes to hacking.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We are focusing very much on that panel on food safety, because you're food safety experts. But when we talk about safety, of course, we're talking about health, diseases, about physical safety. So I don't want to take anybody by surprise, but maybe Fadi and Ed, you could allude to the dimension, which is also critical. Are the protocols being put into place to address physical safety in case of a civil conflict, hostage taking, as we saw so often in different places around the world? and a pandemic. All experts tell us that there'll be a pandemic again. It's not a question of if, but when. So in terms of our collective health, our hotels, our organizations, public organizations such as yours, private organization, taking measures to ensure that we are prepared.
Can I answer? Yes.
Of course, please.
Okay.
You are well
Thank you.
placed to answer.
Thank you. I'm not sure if you will be asking about technology in this regards, but I'm happy to involve technology as well to answer your question. Okay, so we talked about the digitalization and it's the impact of the digitalization in terms of food safety. However, talking about hotels and talking about technology now, okay, about diseases. So customers will feel more safe when you provide them with a contactless environment. Okay, so let's say in hotels now, in many hotels now, you can enter the hotel, do the check-in, use the elevator, go to your room, enjoy the fully interactive system in the hotel without even touching a pen, without even touching a registration card to sign. You can use your mobile phone to access the room, to access the elevator. You can use your mobile phone to check QR codes if you'd like to order something from in-room dining. You can use the same if you want to pay upon checkout or by receiving a payment link. So technology actually it's playing a major role in creating this confidence whenever travelers are concerned about health and safety and they are traveling to different destinations and visiting different hotels.
Thank you. Ed, would you like to say something?
When it comes to physical security, right? We talked a lot about digital and hacking, but as a certifying body, we have developed several training and online security programs to prevent not just thefts, not just intrusion, but also active threat situation and human hacking. Human trafficking. Human trafficking is the second largest criminal industry in the world that generates today $150 billion. Where do human traffickers stay? They stay at hotels. So we teach that in our training and certification programs when it comes to security. And I think every hotelier needs to be aware of this issue because it's a global problem that we need to fight.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We have about 15 minutes left. And like in the last session, I would like each of you to give us a sense of what you see coming between now and 2030, because this is what the program is all about, figuring out what's coming in the next 6 years. So who would like to start and give us a sense of what you see on your radar coming, food safety, hotel management, travel, and consumer safety in a broader sense coming on the horizon? Who would like to start?
Okay, I will start.
Please.
Yes. Actually, you cannot pretend, okay, what is coming, especially when we are talking about pandemic or health crisis. However, what is much important is to be proactive. Okay, so being proactive by proactive collaboration with health and safety entities, okay, from the government and from the private sector as well. It's very involving to make sure that we are evolving our regulations and ensuring that all the employees and the management in the hotel, they are updated on all the health and safety protocols. Also talking about upcoming things, it's extremely important in hotels to update your crisis management manual. Extremely important to make sure you have an updated standard operating procedures, updated regulations, updated standards, okay, and to make sure you are always ready. Okay, I'm talking about the entire team. Readiness is something extremely important. How we can be ready is by exercising drills, okay? Doing drill exercises to make sure that each and every employee know exactly how he's gonna handle the situation, either internally or with a guest. Also, I have mentioned earlier about the systems. It's very important. In addition, always whenever I'm mentioning systems for safety and health, also, in addition, just to be fair with our government entities in the Emirate, and especially in Sharjah, actually, they are doing their best. They are sparing no efforts to make sure that hotels are following safety regulations. And it's not only by just sending them checklists. No, they are visiting, they are doing audits, they are giving warnings, they are asking employees to go and participate in seminars, workshops, to make sure that they are ready, always ready for, God forbid, something that might arise. So actually, those are few points, because I would like, to keep time for others. Those are few points.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mariam?
Obviously, from the session that you're having today and this amazing event, there is thankfully a lot of effective communication happening between all the stakeholders, between the government bodies, between the private sector, between the consumers or let's say the customers in this sector, which is the travel and tourism. So what we see for the upcoming years is hopefully more effective partnerships and more effective communication, where we overcome those traditional barriers between whether they are sector-wise or let's say the inability to effectively share ideas or knowledge. So what we hopefully want to see in the future is how we will be able to utilize the knowledge, the experience, the infrastructure, the resources, everything that we have today in order to improve the metrics related to travel and tourism in the country or on the region or even on a global level, where we utilize also at the same time the potential that digitalization and artificial intelligence can offer us, and hopefully integrate all of those resources together. And let's say we can have a collaboration between the travel sector, the public health sector, the regulatory bodies, where we educate clients, where we educate tourists, not just about what the country can offer in terms of tourism, but what measures, what initiatives are offered by the country to make sure that the best health and safety practices are being implemented. So when we promote tourism, for example, to attract people to visit the country, why not educate them better on how the different stakeholders are collaborating with each other, how the health and safety initiatives and how health and safety certifications are properly implemented. First of all, we need to show them what certification means, what health and safety protocol means, and then assure them that the best practices are being implemented, and show them actual metrics and actual numbers that translate those practices into measurable outcomes, so that we increase the confidence even more and attract people even more to visit the country.
Thank you so much. That's a very critical point that you just made, because stakeholder collaboration is key, as you see it. And based on what you just said before, Fadi, it seems to be working very well in Sharjah, where there is this harmonious collaboration between the public and the private sectors.
Yeah, I think I tackle it from a different point. That the advancements in new technologies, that maybe they are using robots to make foods, or maybe introduction of unique products like cultured meat, or maybe food from insects. This will come in the future and will pose some challenges for us. I think we have to be prepared for such things, and be ready also for ensuring that maybe, like Dr. Miriam said, utilize whatever the artificial intelligence and the other digitalization is offering us in terms of having a remote inspection and self-inspection for the food establishments.
Thank you. Judith.
Yes, I would just like to add on to what Dr. Mariam said. I think collaboration is very important between the different stakeholders. But what's also important, I think we need to also look externally. It's important to understand guest needs and expectations when it comes to health and safety. So we may have ideas of what health and safety might look like, but when it comes from the guest through guest feedback or various platforms or maybe just predictive information from the internet, we get an understanding of what exactly the tourists are expecting when they come to your destination. And when you guide your strategy based on their requirements, I think you come up with a better plan. And I find as well, the world is changing or the guest expectations are changing. Culinary experiences are being pushed to the limit because people want to have a very out of the world experience. A simple thing like dining, people don't want to eat simple food, they want it to be an experience. And that brings a little bit of gray areas when it comes to food safety and the guest experience. But there is a demand to satisfy the guest or to have a good guest experience. So if people understand that, from the lawgivers to the service providers and to the customer, I think a better solution can come out, as opposed to people working individually and coming up with guidelines without including everybody else's expectation.
Thank you. Ed.
Yeah, so what we'd love to see is more public-private partnership, and a phenomenal initiative that I don't think was mentioned yet today was what Hilton Hotels did here in the UAE with their Green Breakfast Initiative. In 13 of their hotels, they managed to reduce their food waste by 62%. So powered by AI, of course. So imagine if this was scaled to Sharjah, UAE, and the entire planet. This would drastically reduce food waste and make the planet much more sustainable. So collaboration is key, and I think Sharjah is poised to continue its growth when it comes to tourism. And again, I'll finish with what I started with. I'm so happy I visited. I had a great visit yesterday with my tour guide. Yesterday, we went to a couple museums. We checked out the island. So Sharjah has so much to offer, and I'll make sure to recommend to every colleague and friend to visit Sharjah when they come to Dubai.
Thank you very much. In the few minutes left that we have, I'd like to come back to a point that Bashir made regarding robots. We're talking about 2030. In 2030, can we imagine that most people in the kitchen will be robots? And if this is the case, will this make us safer? Will we have more robots in the kitchen? And if this is the case for hotels, will this make us safer?
I think this is a very good question. Like, all these kind of new technologies, I think will pose new challenges for the inspectors to make sure that maybe that the robot is doing the same way maybe the human is doing. So it's not easy to just like anticipate now, but like closed systems or robots are more likely to have safer food, because if you have all the measurements right, probably they will do a better job than maybe than the human, maybe.
Anybody else would like to respond to that question? Please.
I think it's a very good question, and it offers us a great chance to just imagine and think how things would be in the upcoming years. And even if we end up having robots in the kitchen or robots in the factory, for example, or robots serving us food, we have to look into what goes behind this process. So in order for us to have a robot that will provide us with the best service or the best product, let's say, you will have to make sure that the brains behind this are ensuring that the best practices are being implemented. So for example, the robot cannot serve you the food without you as the human element in this equation programming it into following the best practices and the best to have the best possible outcome. So I would say that this would increase the demand to have more smart brains, people who are smart in how to utilize technology and how to utilize digital tools. We will need to invest more into the infrastructure and the resources that we have right now, and make sure that we don't forget the human element in this equation, because regardless of the potential benefits that technological advancements can offer us, we cannot eliminate the human factor, because at the end of the day, the robot will only do what you tell it to do. So if you program it the right way, you will end up with the best possible situation, having in mind that there is no such thing as zero error. Even in the best factories, even in the best processes out there, industrial processes whatsoever, you don't have something called zero defects or zero errors. But at the end of the day, you are aiming for the best possible outcome. So program it the right way, and hopefully you will end up with your intended result.
Thank you very much. A very critical point, because as we're dealing with an experiential good, having a human experience, as you just said, is absolutely vital. Anybody else on robots in 2030, in the hotels, in the kitchen, maybe, or elsewhere? No? It's Fadil, would you like to say just one word?
Actually, for me, definitely we will be observing and we will see robots soon, I think, not in 2030, I believe. But for me, the human touch is extremely important. Yani, hospitality, either it is a hotel or it is an outlet, a restaurant, okay, it's all about an experience, okay, and the personal touch is extremely important. So yes, definitely, I'm not against having robots like in public areas, in malls, in the parking areas. However, reaching to a point where the robot is serving, okay, this will happen, definitely will happen, okay, but still you will, I think you will also have outlets and hotels who can focus on the human touch and in providing the excellence in service. This is in my opinion, but no one knows what will happen, you know, from now until 2030, but this is my opinion.
Thank you so much. Would you like to say just one word to conclude, Judith?
Yeah, I would agree with Fadi. Coming from hospitality, I believe there has to be a balance when it comes to technological advancements. As much as we want, safety for the guests, but it cannot be just the main thing. An overall guest experience is more important with safety incorporated into it. So I would say the same thing. I would say, yes, we may have robots, but it takes a human to actually see the mood somebody is in, to see how they can change the service just to make that person smile, or how to make the experience a little bit better. So robots are precise, but I believe they are cold. And when it comes to hospitality, warmth is the heart of hospitality. So a balance is definitely needed. Robots are good, but I think humans are better.
Yeah,
Thank you.
a small trends that we're noticing in the US, and I don't want to sound too alarmist here, but we're noticing a trend to where employees are intentionally contaminating food because they're not happy. And we're starting to talk about food defense now. So to, what my colleague mentioned is correct. So what I would say is we need to make sure employees are happy first before robots can make us happy and serve the food that we're looking at.
Thank you very much. It's time to bring this session to a close. So two points, two very simple remarks. First, thank you so much for helping us understand how much goes behind the kitchen in terms of ensuring our safety. When we travel, we don't see that. And it's really critical to understand the efforts that are being deployed by the public sector, the private sector, to ensure our safety. The second point is what you all said about the very vital human dimension. No matter how robotization, digitization, etc., progress in the foreseeable future, in the tourism sector, the human touch will remain absolutely vital. So thank you very much. Let's give our panel a big round of applause.
much raining as well.
شكرا جزيلا. Thank you so much. Terry Margaret, thank you so much, Terry. Thank you. Thank you. We appreciate. شكرا. يعيشك. Thank you so much. السيدات والسادة، وصلنا إلى نهاية الجلسات الرسمية لليوم لختام الدورة 11 من منتدى الشارقة الدولي للسياحة والسفر. شكرا لكم على حضوركم. أتمنى لكم أوقاتا جميلة في مدينة العلم والثقافة والجمال، إمارتنا الباسمة، إمارة الشارقة. قبل أن أختم، ولن أخرج عن النص إلا بكلمة من القلب تصل لقلوبكم. شكرا يا فريق عمل الهيئة، شكرا، ما قصرتوا، أظهرتوا إمارتنا بأجمل صورة، فكل التحية لكم مني ومن كل الحضور. شكرا لكم والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.